The man known to history as King James I of England and VI of Scotland was born on the 19th of June 1566 at Edinburgh Castle in the capital of Scotland. His mother was the more historically significant of his parents and is known to posterity as Mary, Queen of Scots. Mary Stuart, or Queen Mary I, was the daughter and only surviving legitimate child of King James V of Scotland and his queen consort, Mary of Guise. Her father had died, most likely of cholera or dysentery, in mid-December 1542, just 6 days after Mary was born. As a result, she had become Queen of Scotland less than a week after her birth. Mary's mother subsequently ensured that she was raised in France as a zealous Roman Catholic during the 1540s and 1550s. She would not return to Scotland to take up her position as queen until the early 1560s, when she was in her late teens. As we will see shortly, Mary's tumultuous reign was central to James's early life. James's father was Henry Stuart, Lord Darnley, an English noble of Scottish descent who was born in the West Riding of Yorkshire in 1546, at a time when the nobles of lowland Scotland often had lands in northern England. He had headed north to Scotland in 1565 with the intention of winning the affections of Queen Mary, which he immediately did over the objections of much of the Scottish nobility. They quickly married in the summer of 1565, following which Mary fell pregnant, giving birth to James, their only child, in the summer of 1566. It is not possible to understand the dynamics of James's early life and his time as King of Scotland without looking backwards to the 1540s, 1550s, and early 1560s. The political intrigue of these years enormously influenced the first 20 years of James's reign as King of Scotland. In December of 1542, when James's grandfather died and his mother Mary became queen of the country as a 6-day-old child, Scotland was a resoundingly Roman Catholic country, one which was closely allied with France against England, the Auld Alliance which characterized Scottish political history for centuries during the late medieval period. As a result, when Mary of Guise sent her only child off to France to be raised there, the French effectively took over the Scottish government and remained in control of affairs in Edinburgh throughout the 1540s and 1550s. But during that time, the Protestant Reformation began to take hold across Scotland in the wake of the preaching of Calvinist ministers such as John Knox. Owing to this, by the late 1550s, many of the most powerful Scottish lords had become Protestants and were increasingly at loggerheads with the French-dominated Regency government of Mary of Guise, who was determined to block any divergence from Roman Catholicism in the country. By the time Queen Elizabeth I of England ascended to the throne as a Protestant monarch in November 1558, this religious tension in Scotland was building. It was in this environment that plans were initiated in France for James's mother to return to Scotland and take up her position as Queen, now that she was nearing her adult years. In the meantime, the Protestant lords or lairds of the congregation in Scotland reached an agreement with the English government whereby they would receive English military aid to expel the French from Scotland and, in the process, establish a new Protestant government. The Treaty of Berwick, which brought this into effect, constituted a remarkable diplomatic realignment in Britain, whereby Scotland and England became allied on religious grounds. In the months that followed, an English military expedition headed north and helped the lords of the congregation to expel the French from Scotland and initiate the Scottish Reformation, whereby Protestantism became the state religion. Yet there remained the problem of Queen Mary, who arrived in Scotland in August 1561, determined to exercise her position as queen in her own right. She remained a fervent Roman Catholic, and her religion ensured that she was immediately in conflict with the bulk of her most powerful lords. In the years that followed, Mary had developed a tense working relationship with the Scottish lairds and leading clerics such as John Knox. It was into this precarious political environment that Darnley arrived in 1565, quickly wooing Mary and marrying her, resulting in James's birth in the summer of 1566. However, even before James was born, the relationship between his parents, who had after all only known each other for a few weeks when they married, became strained, primarily owing to Darnley's arrogance, heavy drinking, and his efforts to dominate the Scottish court, overshadowing the Queen in the process. Matters culminated in March 1566, when Darnley and his entourage murdered Mary's private secretary, David Rizzio, by stabbing him 56 times in front of Mary, who was 6 months pregnant with James at the time. The birth of James that summer saw a temporary rapprochement between the Queen and James's father, but by early 1567, Mary had entered a relationship with James Hepburn, 4th Earl of Bothwell. Thus, when Darnley was killed on the 10th of February 1567 at Kirkhofield in Edinburgh, the suspicion immediately arose that the Queen and her new lover had been responsible for his murder. Darnley and his valet were found strangled to death in an orchard next to where he was recovering from smallpox. The Scottish lairds, whose relationship with Mary had been tense since she first returned to Scotland in 1561, responded badly to Darnley's murder, as he had begun to favour their party against the Queen in the final months of his life. This was compounded when Mary quickly married Bothwell in mid-May 1567, cementing the perception that Bothwell and the Queen had murdered Darnley. In response, the Scottish lords arrested the Queen just weeks later and had her imprisoned in Lochleven Castle on an island in the middle of Lochleven. The infant James was handed over to John Erskine, Earl of Mar, and his wife, the Countess of Mar, for them to see to his raising, while the Scottish lords determined what course of action to take next. Mary, Queen of Scots, never saw her child again after her arrest and detention. With Mary now detained at Lochleven, James in the hands of the Earl of Mar and the Scottish lords having revolted definitively against the Queen, a decision needed to be made about how Scotland would be ruled going forward. Overthrowing and deposing a monarch was not something which any subject took lightly in early modern times, an age in which there was a strong belief in the divine right of kings and queens to rule. Yet, by 1567, the Scottish lords had over half a decade of a fractious relationship with Mary, a queen who refused to renounce her adherence to Roman Catholicism and who had recently murdered her husband. On top of this, Scotland had been inundated by years of vitriolic condemnation of female rule by figures like the radical Protestant cleric John Knox, who, in 1558, had published a tract entitled "The First Blast of the Trumpet Against the Monstrous Regiment of Women," a polemical piece of misogyny aimed at Mary of Guise, but which was indicative of the general attitude towards Mary in the 1560s. It was in this light, and with an infant child which they could crown in her stead, that the Scottish lairds decided in the summer of 1567 to depose Mary. Thus, on the 24th of July 1567, just after turning 13 months old, James became King James VI of Scotland. 5 days later, the infant was crowned in Stirling, and the measure was ratified by the Scottish Parliament the following December. James obviously could not rule in his own right, nor would he be able to do so for many years to come. Accordingly, a minority government was established whereby some of the leading Scottish noblemen would govern the nation during his younger years. This minority government was to be comprised of a regent who would act as the head of the government in association with a council of ministers. The first such regent was James's half-uncle, James Stuart, 1st Earl of Moray, an illegitimate child of King James V and his mistress, Lady Margaret Erskine, who was born in 1531, fully 11 years before Mary Queen of Scots. Had he not been illegitimate, Moray would have become king in December 1542 when his father died. But now, in 1567, he became the most powerful man in Scotland during James's minority. Meanwhile, James's rearing and education was handed over to a number of individuals termed the preceptors. These included learned members of the Scottish gentry, such as the historian and humanist scholar George Buchanan, and several members of the Erskine family, Moray's relatives on his mother's side. This dispensation of rule by a regent and a government run on consensus amongst the leading Protestant noble families of Scotland would be followed throughout the late 1560s and the entirety of the 1570s. But, as we will see, it was not a stable arrangement, and James's early reign was a tumultuous period in Scottish history, much like that of his mother. On the 2nd of May 1568, James's mother escaped from Lochleven Castle, having acquired the aid of George Douglas, a brother of Sir William Douglas, the owner of Lochleven Castle, who had been charged with her detention. She had prepared for her escape, and in the days that followed gathered a considerable army. Allying with Archibald Campbell, the 5th Earl of Argyll, and most powerful lord of the Western Isles of Scotland. Campbell was a confirmed Protestant and an ally of Moray's for much of the 1560s, but he had been opposed to the decision to depose Mary in 1567 and now championed her cause upon her escape from Lochleven. But that cause was short-lived. On the 13th of May, less than 2 weeks after her escape from detention, Mary and Argyll met with Moray's forces at the Battle of Langside near Glasgow. Here, Moray won a definitive victory. Mary escaped and fled south, eventually crossing into northern England, where she sought refuge from Queen Elizabeth. But Elizabeth's government was unwilling to offer aid to Mary. Instead, she was placed under house arrest at Carlisle Castle. She would spend the next 18.5 years detained in various castles across northern England and the English Midlands, as Elizabeth's government decided that she should not be released for fear that Scotland would once more be brought into the Catholic fold if she returned to her homeland and potentially drew on French aid. Her place as a prisoner of the English government would influence Anglo-Scottish relations throughout the Regency governments of the late 1560s and 1570s, and in the 1580s, when James finally began to rule Scotland in his own right. Back in Scotland, James was oblivious to his mother's plight and wider events, yet as he grew older, he would doubtlessly have become more cognizant of the chaotic politics which seemed to surround him and Scotland as a result. The civil conflict within the country did not end when Mary fled to England in May 1568. It continued for years thereafter, despite Moray's efforts to establish peace. He was assassinated by James Hamilton, a supporter of the former Queen, in Linlithgow on the 23rd of January 1570. As a result, Matthew Stuart, 4th Earl of Lennox and James's grandfather on his father's side, became the new regent on the 3.5-year-old king's behalf. Lennox only held the position for a year and a half before he too was killed by supporters of Mary Queen of Scots in a clash at Stirling in September 1571. John Erskine, 6th Earl of Mar and the individual to whom James had been entrusted as an infant in the summer of 1567, next served as regent. His authority was challenged immediately by James Douglas, 4th Earl of Morton, who was widely suspected of having poisoned Mar when he died just over a year later, though the accusation of foul play was never proven. When he did die, Morton succeeded as the next royal regent, the fourth in the space of less than 3 years, but Morton would be the last, holding the position for the remainder of the 1570s until James was of age to begin ruling in his own stead. He was, broadly speaking, the most successful of the 4 regents, bringing a fair degree of stability to Scotland in the mid-1570s as the supporters of Mary, Queen of Scots, reconciled themselves to the fact that she would not be restored as queen. By the time Morton became regent in the autumn of 1572, James was beginning to emerge as a conscious individual in the world, having turned 6 years old earlier that summer. He spent these years being raised at Stirling Castle by various Scottish nobles and educated by the preceptors appointed in 1567. None was more influential than George Buchanan, under whose guidance James became one of the most well-educated and erudite scholar kings in 16th century Europe, able to write with clarity and skill in Latin, while also possessing the ability to read and write in Scots, French, and Greek. It was a concern of those who raised him and saw to his education that he would be raised in the right religion to rule the new Scotland, and despite the fact that his mother had had him baptized as a Roman Catholic, James was raised as a Protestant. Though he became a moderate one, and his concern over the growth of Presbyterianism in Scotland, as we will see, brought him into conflict with many of his nobles and the leaders of the Scottish Church, known as the Scottish Kirk in later years. In time, James would grow into a knowledgeable monarch, often reserved but stoic and practical, a king who was later known as the wisest fool in Christendom for the manner in which his clear intelligence could often contrast with his poor judgment when it came to favouring members of his court. In the summer of 1579, James turned 13 years of age. In a time when the concept of being a teenager did not exist, the years between 13 and 15 were when a person was generally deemed to transition from childhood to being an adult, and 30 years earlier, James's cousin, King Edward VI of England, had begun to rule in his own right when he reached this age. Accordingly, the view was that James was now ready to play a more active role in the management of his kingdom. Consequently, in the late autumn of 1579, a ceremony was held to mark James's entry into Edinburgh and his assumption of his divine right as King of Scotland. The streets were lined with crowds, and a gun salute was fired from the imposing parapets of Edinburgh Castle on the Acropolis high above the town. But for all the formal ceremony of the entry into Edinburgh in the autumn of 1579, James simply moved from a regency government dominated by Morton to handing power to Esme Stuart Signor d'Aubigny, a Franco-Scottish noble who was a cousin of the king's on his father's side. Upon taking up his position in Edinburgh, James fell under the influence of his cousin, largely dismissed Morton from his position, and made d'Aubigny the head of the government. In 1581, the new dispensation was cemented when d'Aubigny was elevated to the title of Earl of Lennox, while Morton was arraigned on charges of having been complicit in the murder of James's father Darnley back in 1567, and was duly executed on the 2nd of June 1581. It was an ominous start to James's personal rule, one which presaged his tendency to fall under the influence of court favourites such as Lennox, a propensity which he would retain for the remainder of his long reign. Lennox's French background and Roman Catholicism were deeply concerning for many of the Scottish lords, given his influence over the young king, despite his latter conversion to Scottish Protestantism. Some saw in Lennox's rise a drift back towards the 1550s and the dominance of Scotland by Mary of Guise and the French. Unsurprisingly then, a number of the country's nobles, those with more pronounced Protestant Presbyterian leanings, were soon conspiring to bring his tenure as the most powerful figure within James's government to an end. These malcontents were led by William Ruthven, 1st Earl of Gowrie, who was allied with Archibald Douglas, 8th Earl of Angus, with the new Earl of Mar, John Erskine, Sir Thomas Lyon, the Master of Glamis, Lord Boyd, Lord Lindsay, and several leading members of the Scottish Kirk. Their plan centred on effectively kidnapping James, which is exactly what they did, seizing him while he was hunting near the castle of Ruthven in Perthshire in mid-August 1582. The exact date is unclear, and what became known as the Ruthven Raid either took place on the 22nd or 23rd of August. Having secured his person, the conspirators presented the 16-year-old king with a supplication which outlined why they had taken the course of action they had, their concerns over the influence of Lennox and the French party at court, and what measures they believed the king should take to protect the Protestant Reformation. The lords kept James captive for nearly a year, during which Lennox agreed to return to France, where he died in the early summer of 1583, thus eliminating the threat he posed. Following his release from captivity in June 1583, James made clear his intention to govern personally going forward and to prevent the rise of any overly powerful lord amongst the Scottish nobility. Several of those who had been involved in the Ruthven Raid and his detention were exiled from Scotland. His two most pressing concerns in the 1580s were to bring the Scottish lords to heel after decades of fractiousness and to reassert the power of the monarchy where there had been an absence of effective kingship in place since the death of James V back in the early 1540s. To that end, he began curtailing some of the lords' powers and promoting others who were key allies, though this process took an extensive amount of time, and the Ruthven Raid was not the last time that some of the Scottish lairds attempted to capture James and force him into accepting certain policies. His efforts to curtail the lords' behaviour in this manner necessarily involved needing to reform the Scottish finances and develop an effective administration, moves which strengthened the central administration and allowed the government at Edinburgh and Holyrood House to overpower individual Scottish lords. In this, James was ably assisted by John Maitland, 1st Lord Maitland of Thirlestane, who he appointed as Lord Secretary of Scotland in 1584 and Lord Chancellor late in 1586. Much of Scotland's political turmoil since the 1550s had centred on religious affairs. While the Scottish Reformation had been successful, as in many other European countries which adopted Protestantism, its position as the state religion remained fragile for decades thereafter as a huge proportion of the Scottish people remained Roman Catholics, and full conversion was only achieved over several generations. Moreover, as in other countries like England, there were differing conceptions of Protestantism, with some favouring a moderate Protestantism, others Lutheranism, and others believing that a more radical Reformation should be implemented. In Scotland, proponents of the latter view became known as Presbyterians, owing to their liking for a decentralised Scottish church, or kirk, in which individual religious communities would be headed by presbyters or church elders who were not answerable to bishops and archbishops in line with the traditional form of church administration. Presbyterianism was prevalent across much of Scotland by the 1580s, but James was opposed to an excessive development of it, primarily because a decentralised church limited royal control over religious affairs. From his foremost tutor, Buchanan, James had inherited a theory of monarchy which stressed that as king he should be in charge of nearly all aspects of Scottish life. The growth of Presbyterianism clashed with that, and James's relationship with the more radical Protestant element in Scotland would remain difficult throughout his long reign. When it came to his foreign policy, James's reign marked a new departure in many respects in Scottish history, though the seeds of it had been sown in 1560 when the Lords of the Congregation had allied with England against the French occupation of much of Scotland. This conflicted with hundreds of years of Scottish policy which had sought to thwart English efforts to acquire influence over Scotland. Aware that his country was decidedly within the Protestant camp in Europe's growing wars of religion, James continued this policy of amicability with England, agreeing to a new Treaty of Berwick with the English government in 1586. This was negotiated in the context of the outbreak of war between Protestant England and Catholic Spain in 1585, and the ongoing wars of religion in France, where the Catholic House of Guise and other powerful agents were attempting to eradicate the Protestant Huguenots. The Treaty of Berwick was a statement of friendship between James's government in Edinburgh and Elizabeth's in London, one which ensured that Scotland would not in any way look to take advantage of England's war with Spain to further Scottish interests along the Anglo-Scottish border. The Treaty of Berwick was overshadowed a year later by events in England. James's mother had remained under house arrest there in various locations across northern England and the Midlands throughout the 1570s and 1580s. This was a comfortable detention, with Mary having dozens of household staff in her employ, but there was no doubt that she was still a political prisoner, both owing to the perception of her as a threat to the Scottish Reformation and her claims to the English throne. In both instances, her Roman Catholicism was highly problematic, as was her ongoing efforts to conspire with certain factors in France and with successive French ambassadors in England through encrypted letters in cipher. Many of Elizabeth's senior ministers wished to rid England of the threat she posed, and there were more than enough grounds on several occasions to accuse Mary of conspiring against the state. But Elizabeth I remained opposed to the execution of a fellow monarch. It was only following the uncovering of a Catholic conspiracy in England, led by Anthony Babington and involving Mary in 1586, that Elizabeth finally agreed to try Mary. She was found guilty of plotting to assassinate Elizabeth as part of the plot and was executed at Fotheringhay Castle in Northamptonshire on the 8th of February 1587. James was appalled by the execution of his mother, which he denounced as preposterous. But beyond diplomatic objections, there was no further fallout from it. James continued to accept an annual subsidy from the English Exchequer, which had been agreed upon as part of the Treaty of Berwick the previous year, and when the Spanish Armada threatened England in the autumn of 1588, Scotland offered diplomatic support to Elizabeth's government and did not aid the crippled Spanish fleet as it rounded Scotland and tried to flee back to the Iberian Peninsula by sailing round Ireland and home southwards. That James elected not to react more strongly to his mother's execution in England was almost entirely due to his awareness of his place in the succession to the English throne. Queen Elizabeth had not married in the 1560s or 1570s, despite numerous suitors from Europe's royal houses, and by the mid-1580s she was entering her 50s and beyond her childbearing years. With her siblings long dead, the Tudor line would inevitably end once she died. As a great-grandson of the sister of King Henry VIII, Margaret Tudor, James had a strong claim to succeed Elizabeth when she died. But first, he had to secure his own line. This was complicated by the fact that James was gay, but a royal marriage was nevertheless arranged with Princess Anne, daughter of King Frederick II of Denmark. They married in 1589, with details of James's preference for men being kept from her until after the union was solemnized through a proxy marriage at Kronborg Castle in Denmark. Anne headed for Scotland soon after. The marriage was a complicated one thereafter, with James and Anne respecting one another, but clashing not just over his sexuality and his extended retreats to the countryside with young men of the court, but also the manner in which their first-born child, Prince Henry Frederick, born in 1594, was raised. 6 more children followed down to 1606, but only 2 survived beyond infancy: Elizabeth, born in 1596, and Charles, born in 1600, while Anne also suffered 2 miscarriages. Shortly before James's eventual heir, Charles, was born, James had completed work on his most accomplished literary endeavour. The Basilikon Doron, meaning royal gift in ancient Greek, was a treatise on government and kingship, which explored how a monarch should ideally operate, both as a Christian ruler and as the head of state. This, along with the True Law of Free Monarchies, which he had published in 1598, laid out James's clear belief in the divine right of kingship, that he was anointed by God to rule Scotland. As such, it was symptomatic of the drift towards absolutist monarchy which would define European politics in the 17th century. More broadly, these learned writings emphasized James's considerable intellect, something which was in evidence in his general patronage of the arts and literature, both in Scotland in the 1580s and 1590s, and later in England. In the north, this involved support for poets such as William Fowler and Alexander Montgomery, while the playwrights William Shakespeare and Ben Jonson both benefited considerably from royal favour in London in the 1600s. The 1590s were also notable for James's growing fascination with witchcraft. The 16th and 17th centuries saw a massive spike in belief in witchcraft across Europe, with tens of thousands of people, mostly women, accused, tried and executed on charges of witchcraft, to such an extent that this period is known as the witch craze. It was more pronounced in some parts of Europe than others, with very few witch hunts in countries like Spain and Italy, but huge numbers of executions in Germany, Switzerland and Scotland. In 1590, rumours had circulated that a storm which had threatened Queen Anne's boat, which conveyed her from Denmark to Scotland, had been caused by witches, possibly operating in North Berwick. James accordingly took a personal interest in what have become known as the North Berwick witch trials, which ran for 2 years in the early 1590s and involved confessions extracted through torture methods, an all too common feature of early modern witch trials. In the end, many people were executed following the trials, in an episode which influenced Shakespeare's depiction of the witches in Macbeth. James's interest in and paranoia concerning witchcraft continued throughout his adult life, and in 1597 he published a book entitled Demonology, which explored his beliefs in black magic and necromancy, as well as the benefits of trying to identify and pursue witches. Another section of Scottish society which experienced James's anger during the 1590s was the Gaeltacht of northern and western Scotland. In the late medieval period, Scotland had become a nation of two halves. Southern and much of eastern Scotland had anglicised to a great extent, adopting English as the spoken language and elements of English law, culture and custom. Yet in the Scottish Highlands of the north and the Outer Hebrides or Western Isles of the west, Scottish Gaelic practices still prevailed to a great extent, with Irish spoken by many of the more senior lords and Hiberno's Scottish political and cultural practices dominating in these areas. James saw these parts of his realm as barbaric and backwards in much the same way as the English in Ireland viewed the largely independent lords of Ulster, Connacht and Munster as quasi-savages. In an effort to de-Gaelicise the Western Isles, he sponsored a scheme by the gentlemen adventurers of Fife to colonise the Isle of Lewis with Scots from the lowlands in 1598, while in later years he passed the Statutes of Iona, a series of regulations which aimed to bring an end to Gaelic practices in the north and west of Scotland and to inculcate the Scottish there into the perceived values of lowland society by sending the sons of the Scottish lairds of the Highlands and Outer Hebrides to schools in the south of Scotland. Similar policies aimed at crushing Gaelic culture and replacing it with concepts of European Renaissance civility had been employed by the English government in Ireland since the middle of the 16th century in an effort to reduce the independence of the dozens of Irish lordships there and bring them firmly under Crown rule. This programme of conquest by the Tudors resulted in the outbreak of a major war there in the mid-1590s, one which existentially threatened the English crown's control over the island. The 9 Years' War, as it has become known, was led by Hugh O'Neill, 2nd Earl of Tyrone, the foremost Lord of Ulster in the north of Ireland, and would drag on until 1603. The war placed James in a difficult position, as many of his Scottish lairds were sympathetic to the cause of O'Neill and his allies. Yet James did not wish to show overt favour towards the Irish lords, for fear of dampening his chances of succeeding as King of England and Ireland on the death of Queen Elizabeth. Nevertheless, a significant amount of aid was received by O'Neill and his allies through Scotland, primarily in the shape of modern weapons and gunpowder shipped into Ulster from Scottish ports, and the arrival of Scottish redshanks from the Western Isles to the northeast of Ireland to fight against the Crown forces. James did little to openly support these actions, but at the same time he did not try to prevent this covert aid reaching Ulster, aware that if he did not succeed Elizabeth, it would be best for Scotland if England's control of Ireland remained tenuous and incomplete. In the end, James need not have worried about somebody else occupying the English throne after Elizabeth's death. When she died on the 24th of March 1603 at Richmond Palace, outside London, her chief minister, Robert Cecil, had only one candidate in mind to succeed the Queen. He had secretly been in correspondence with James for several years to organise for the Scottish king to come south as soon as Elizabeth died, while Cecil would engineer affairs so as to have James smoothly accepted as the new King of England. This was not because James had the strongest claim in law. There were upwards of a dozen different candidates who might have succeeded Elizabeth, and a few of these had better claims. But several of these candidates were either Catholics or individuals whose Protestantism was so moderate as to convince individuals such as Cecil that they were secret or crypto-Catholics. Hence, the Protestant political establishment in London was unwilling to accept their claims, and as Elizabeth lay dead at Richmond Palace, her body ignored by her government ministers, Cecil and others conspired to ensure James succeeded as King of England, bringing the House of Stuart to power across Britain and Ireland. James began his triumphal journey south in April, passing through England and then to London, where he was crowned as King James I of England and Ireland at Westminster Abbey on the 25th of July. Because England had never had a monarch called James, but Scotland had had 5 previous kings of that name, James has the unusual distinction of being known as King James I and VI. Not everyone was happy to accept the succession of the Scottish monarch as King of England. In the weeks following his arrival in London and coronation, 2 alleged plots, known as the By and Main plots, were uncovered by the government, seemingly involving high-ranking nobles and government ministers who aimed to either establish a Catholic or a Puritan as the new monarch instead of James. These were quickly foiled, but whether there were actually plots of this kind afoot, or whether they were invented by senior figures in the government to remove their enemies, notably Sir Walter Raleigh, as a threat is open to debate. In any event, many individuals were convicted of treason over the alleged plots, including Raleigh, who spent the next 13 years under arrest in the Tower of London. Altogether more sinister and real was the Gunpowder Plot of 1605, wherein Catholic conspirators had aimed to blow up the House of Lords during the opening of the second session of the English Parliament on the 5th of November 1605. The monarch traditionally gave a speech at the opening of Parliament, and the plan was to kill James and have him replaced with a Catholic king or queen. In the end, the Gunpowder Plot was foiled before the plan could be realised, but it pointed towards the difficulties religious tensions in England posed for James in his new realm. While James faced a difficult situation when it came to England's still considerable and radicalised Roman Catholic community, the Catholics were not the only religious minority in his new realm that were problematic. Another was the Puritans. These were radical Protestants who favoured a brand of Protestantism based on the evangelical religious communities which had emerged in parts of Switzerland and Germany under clerics like John Calvin in the middle of the 16th century. The Puritans were unhappy with the Elizabethan religious settlement which had created a nominally Protestant Church of England, but one which retained many of the trappings of the Roman Catholic Church. Many powerful government ministers and members of Parliament were Puritans, and in 1603, shortly after his arrival in England, they had presented the new king with a document known as the Millenary Petition, which called for the adoption of puritanical measures within the Church of England, notably the abolishing of the sacrament of confirmation, changes to how baptism was carried out, and other theological and doctrinal reforms. Following this, James convened a major gathering of church leaders in January 1604 at Hampton Court Palace. The conference is notable for leading to the decision to produce what eventually became the King James Vulgate Bible, but James' concessions to the Puritans were generally not followed through on. At the heart of the matter was the issue of James's own religious views. He was most certainly a Protestant, but a relatively moderate one who was influenced by the fact that his mother had been a Roman Catholic and hailed from Catholic France. Already, before he became King of England, James had shown reluctance to meeting the demands of the Presbyterians in Scotland, the Scottish equivalent of the English Puritans, as their form of religious worship implied a decentralized church which was not controlled by the government. Therefore, James, despite his clear Protestant faith, was unwilling to support the greater calls for autonomy by the Puritans and the Presbyterians. This led to increasing problems in England during his reign as the religious landscape became more and more varied. For instance, in the early 1610s, the Baptist and Anabaptist movements, which had emerged in Germany, Holland, and other regions in the 16th century, infiltrated England. James was unwilling to allow them to worship in freedom and duly placed restrictions on these emerging religious communities. Ultimately, however, he could not stop the growth of these religious minorities, and the religious tensions within England, Scotland, and Ireland would have dramatic consequences during his son Charles's reign. James had inherited a fairly well-established government when he arrived in England in the summer of 1603, one that was led by Robert Cecil. He had little desire to interfere with this, being a monarch who left the day-to-day operations of government to his ministers. Additionally, Cecil had facilitated his accession as King of England, and James honoured him with the titles of Viscount Cranborne and Earl of Salisbury. Beyond him, a number of seasoned administrators, such as Thomas Sackville, 1st Earl of Dorset, Henry Howard, Earl of Northampton, and Charles Howard, Earl of Nottingham, were charged with running much of government business. These figures negotiated the Treaty of London, which was signed in August 1604, and which brought the First Anglo-Spanish War, which had been underway between England and Spain since 1585, to an end. James also bestowed positions on some of his Scottish friends at the English court, but he only ever returned to Scotland himself once, in 1617, and instead left the management of Scotland to officials in Edinburgh. Overall, he was a wise enough king to realise that he should leave the management of government business to efficient ministers and administrators, but James's court was costly to run, the king being fond of ceremonies, pageantry, and bestowing large gifts on those who found favour with him at court, issues which saw the crown finances in difficulty by the 1610s. The best means of remedying a poor financial position for any early modern monarch was to call on Parliament to provide financial subsidies. 4 parliaments were assembled by James in England. The Blessed Parliament was convened in 1604 and sat intermittently until 1611. It contributed much to 17th century English politics, rubber-stamping the political dispensation which allowed for a Scottish monarch to become King of England in its early sessions. Thereafter, Cecil negotiated the Great Contract with the Parliament, whereby the political community would provide extensive funding to the Crown to modernise England's navy and pay for the running of the court establishment. However, a breakdown of negotiations towards the end of this foreshadowed difficulties which were to arise between Crown and Parliament in years to come. James convened a new Parliament in 1614, but it saw such division between the government and MPs that it was dissolved after just 2 months, achieving nothing and becoming known as the Addled Parliament. James's 3rd and 4th Parliaments, which met in the early 1620s, lasted longer, but saw sustained scrutiny of the Crown's finances and corruption amongst senior ministers and the King's court favourites. James's reign is also significant for his policies in Ireland. As we have seen, a major war was underway there between the Irish lords and the Crown government in the 1590s and early 1600s. This was the culmination of decades of policies under the Tudors which had seen the English government extend its control over the island from a small enclave around Dublin to all corners of the country. Various methods had been used, including military conquest of some of the dozens of Irish lordships to administrative expansion by imposing regional councils headed by Englishmen into the western and southern provinces of Connacht and Munster, and colonization of certain regions. For instance, a major plantation had been initiated in Munster in the late 1580s, through which hundreds of thousands of acres of land were taken from the Irish lords and redistributed amongst English planters. In the immediate aftermath of the 9 Years' War, which ended in 1603, just days after Elizabeth's death and James's accession, James opted not to confiscate the lands of the great Ulster lords who had led the war against the crown, such as Hugh O'Neill and the O'Donnells and Maguires. However, in the autumn of 1607, O'Neill, along with Rory O'Donnell and several other senior Irish lords of Ulster, left Ireland without crown permission and headed for the continent to try to drum up support for a new Catholic war from Spain and the papacy. Faced with this fresh act of treason, James and his ministers quickly decided that their extensive lands in Ulster would be planted. The Ulster Plantation, as it is known to posterity, and which was initiated in 1609 and 1610, was conceived of by James as a great British project, a symbol of the union of the crowns of England and Scotland under his rule. Consequently, the 3.5 million statute acres which were confiscated and planted in Ulster were to be distributed between a mix of English and Scottish planters, many of them senior court members in London or figures with political connections. The City of London's mercantile community was also co-opted into the project and given the newly created County of Londonderry to plant, establishing the towns of Derry and Coleraine in the process, while Trinity College Dublin, which had been founded in 1591 as a Protestant seminary in Ireland, and the Protestant Church of Ireland, also received extensive lands in Ulster. Those Irish who were deemed to be Crown loyalists were given some estates, but generally they were pushed into the poorer lands where they were interspersed with English military garrisons that were there to ensure that they did not rebel again. Although it got off to a slow start in the 1610s, the Ulster Plantation would eventually transform the demographic landscape of Ulster, with huge numbers of Scottish Presbyterians in particular settling in the north of Ireland in the course of the 17th century, paving the way for the creation of Northern Ireland 3 centuries later. Ulster was not the only region that witnessed English colonisation efforts in the first years of James's rule from London. During the reign of Queen Elizabeth, English colonial adventurers such as Martin Frobisher, Sir Humphrey Gilbert and his half-brother Sir Walter Raleigh had begun exploring the North American seaboard with the goal of discovering a northwest passage over the Americas to China. They never found this route, nor would any other mariner until the 19th century, but they did map out the coast from Florida all the way north to Newfoundland. Raleigh had even attempted to establish a colony in the region which he named Virginia, but this failed. Now, in 1606, the Virginia Company was founded in London by various merchants and aristocrats with colonial ambitions, hoping to build England into a major colonial power which could rival Spain's success in the New World. In 1607, the first permanent English colony in North America was established in the Chesapeake region of Virginia, at a site which was named Jamestown in honor of the king. It struggled at first, but the discovery that tobacco could be successfully grown here saw it begin to flourish in the early 1610s, while other English colonists also began establishing England's first Caribbean colonies on the islands of Nevis and St. Kitts towards the end of James's reign, hoping to take advantage of the boom in demand for sugar back in Europe, a commodity which could be grown across the West Indies. England's first forays into colonizing North America during James's reign became intertwined in the last years of his rule with the king's religious policies. The unwillingness of the government to tolerate the emergence of Puritan congregations in England had led to some communities of Puritans deciding to move overseas to regions where they could worship in the manner which they wished in freedom. One such congregation was that led by Robert Browne, a cleric from Rutland in the English Midlands. A large group of his followers, known as Brownists, had moved to Leiden in the Dutch Republic in the late 1600s, but 10 years later, in the late 1610s, they decided to move again. After considering numerous options, including establishing a colony in Guyana in South America, these Brownist Puritans, led by William Bradford, hired the Mayflower in 1620 and voyaged across the Atlantic Ocean, settling in a region of North America which was called Massachusetts after the local Native Americans. Here, the Pilgrims established the Plymouth colony as the first of the New England colonies. 10 years later, a much larger expedition of English Puritans, led by John Winthrop, would arrive to establish the town of Boston. Thus, the unwillingness to grant English Puritans complete freedom of worship at home and the drive towards empire combined to see the beginnings of New England's religious colonies in the final years of James's reign. Just as the colonists in Virginia were beginning to establish tobacco plantations all along the banks of the James River, and Scots and Englishmen and women were arriving to Ulster, tragedy struck the king's family. In October 1612, James's oldest son, Prince Henry Frederick, became ill. Government correspondence and other sources written from the court in the final days of October and into early November indicate that the situation at first worried the royal family and Privy Council, and then became a full-blown crisis. From descriptions of his illness and the post-mortem record which was carried out to prove he was not poisoned, historians of the early Stuart period are generally agreed that Henry had contracted some form of typhoid fever. It proved fatal, and he died at 18 years of age on the 6th of November 1612. James was devastated by the loss of his heir and could not bring himself to attend his funeral later that month. Additionally, while his son Charles now became heir to the throne, James prevaricated about acknowledging the fact that he was replacing Henry, and it was not until the 4th of November 1616, just shy of 4 years after Henry's death, that James invested Charles with the title of Prince of Wales, the formal honorific granted to the heir designate to the throne of England since the late 13th century. Henry was not the only major death at the heart of government in 1612. Early that summer, Robert Cecil died prematurely at the age of just 48. His death left a vacuum at the heart of government which was only partially filled by competent ministers such as Henry Howard, 1st Earl of Northampton. In this period of political flux, James began to rely on court favourites, men who held excessive influence over the monarch and which were a feature of most early modern courts across Europe. The first of these was Robert Carr, 1st Earl of Somerset, a figure who had grown in influence at the court from the late 1600s and was eventually appointed Lord Chamberlain in 1614. For the next 2 years, he dominated the government until a scandal brought him down, but rather than learning from the episode, James instead handed even more power over to George Villiers, who he elevated to the title of Duke of Buckingham in 1616. Buckingham's influence over political affairs was exceptionally large, building a network of clients which stretched into dominating the Privy Council, the court, and regional offices throughout England and Ireland. In the process, he became vastly wealthy. The exact nature of his relationship with James has been debated for decades, with some historians arguing that James was simply besotted by a charming and handsome young man who was just in his mid-20s when he began his ascent to power, and others suggesting that the relationship was sexual in nature. There is no concrete documentary evidence to prove this, but there is no doubt that Buckingham exploited the king's attraction to him to become the most powerful individual in Britain during the last 10 years of James's reign. Henry's death in 1612 had been all the more sombre as it had occurred during what was intended to be a celebratory period at the Stuart court. That autumn, Frederick V, the Elector Palatine of the Palatinate, a large German state which lay along the course of the River Rhine in western Germany, had arrived in England to marry James's daughter Elizabeth. Frederick and Elizabeth had been born within a week of each other back in August 1596, and the union was seen as advantageous for both the Stuarts and the Elector Palatine, as cementing an alliance between two of Europe's most firmly Protestant states. It helped that Elizabeth and Frederick proved to be fond of one another, something which did not always occur in the arranged royal marriages of early modern Europe. Although Henry's illness, death, and funeral delayed affairs, their wedding was eventually celebrated at the Palace of Whitehall on the 14th of February 1613. After a sojourn in London, the couple headed for Germany, where they would have 13 children, beginning the ties between the British royal line and the German aristocracy, which would eventually see one of Elizabeth's grandsons succeed to the throne of Britain in 1714 as King George I. Elizabeth's marriage to Frederick would also pull England into the conflicted politics of Central Europe in the late 1610s. In 1618, the ultra-Roman Catholic House of Habsburg in Austria initiated efforts to enforce Catholicism in Bohemia, part of its realms in what is now the Czech Republic, where there was a large Protestant population. These efforts soon resulted in renewed war across the Holy Roman Empire in Germany and other regions between Catholic and Protestant powers. Frederick, Elector Palatine, quickly became involved in the early stages of what would eventually become the 30 Years' War, the bloodiest and most destructive conflict fought in early modern Europe. In 1619, he accepted the title of King of Bohemia, offered to him by the Protestant lords of Bohemia, and attempted, unsuccessfully, to challenge Habsburg power across the Holy Roman Empire. In response to this, James attempted to act as a European peacemaker, calling for negotiations between the many different Protestant and Catholic states which made up the Holy Roman Empire at the time, but his calls went unheeded, and in due course, in the early 1620s, as the war turned against his son-in-law, he began to offer covert aid to Frederick and his Protestant allies in Central Europe. That James was not able to offer greater support to Frederick in the early 1620s was in large part owing to the poor financial state of the English exchequer by this time. Years of profligate spending by James and his court, as well as abuse of government finances by Somerset and Buckingham, had ensured that the Crown's finances were heavily compromised by this time. Parliament was unwilling to provide further subsidies to finance James's spending without oversight and reform, and so in 1621, Lionel Cranfield, a London mercer and businessman, as well as a long-standing member of Parliament, was appointed as Lord High Treasurer of England. Over the next 2.5 years, Cranfield introduced a new rigour into government administration and financial management, limiting Buckingham's power and running the government like a business, one which sought to increase Crown revenue through taxation and greater efficiencies, while also reducing spending. James's relationship with Cranfield, who was eventually made Earl of Middlesex in 1622, differed from his relationships with his favourites like Buckingham, as he had no personal liking for Cranfield, but rather promoted him based on his effectiveness as an administrator. Had he continued in Crown service, much of the political turmoil which would characterise James's successor's reign might have been avoided, but in the end Cranfield was undermined by Buckingham and was removed from power on the back of trumped-up corruption charges brought against him in 1624. Much of the objection to Middlesex's policies was over his unwillingness to support a costly foreign policy involving war with Spain. The likelihood of such a war increased greatly in 1623. Ever since the mid-1610s, negotiations have been underway for Prince Charles to marry Infanta Maria Anna, the daughter of King Philip III of Spain. Although the proposed union was unpopular with English Protestants, James was in favour of the Spanish match, owing to his belief that an alliance with Spain was preferable to negate the threat from France to English interests. As such, negotiations had continued, but had still not been resolved by 1621 when Philip III died, bringing the Infanta's brother Philip IV to power in Madrid. In the hopes of finalising an agreement, Charles and Buckingham set off for Spain in 1623, but when they arrived there, their proposals were rebuffed and they returned to England infuriated by the Spanish snub. James's foreign policy was reversed overnight, as England now prepared for war with Spain. His objections to this eventually led to Middlesex's downfall. Meanwhile, as English war hawks planned war against Spain, Charles, who by now was exercising a great degree of independence from his aging and sick father, entered into new negotiations with King Louis XIII of France to marry his sister, Henrietta Maria, a union which was finally solemnized in the summer of 1625. James would never live to see his son and heir marry. His health had been deteriorating since the early 1620s as he entered his mid-50s, suffering from a combination of gout, arthritis and kidney stones, the latter being a fearsome affliction in early modern times, which could result in unrelenting pain at a time when treatment of the dreaded stone was difficult. In James's case, it led to considerable pain and turned his urine a deep red in his final years. In the first months of 1625, things deteriorated rapidly as he suffered from an attack of dysentery, malaria, and a stroke. These illnesses combined to kill James on the 27th of March, 1625, at 58 years of age. His funeral was held on the 7th of May, at which he was eulogized as a latter-day King Solomon. Prince Charles ascended to the throne as King Charles I of England, Scotland, and Ireland. Armed with funding from a war-ready parliament, Charles was at war with Spain before the end of the year, bringing to an end the period of peace England had enjoyed under his father. It would be a tortuous reign in which Charles alienated much of the political communities of England, Scotland, and Ireland, resulting in rebellions to the north and across the Irish Sea and civil war in England itself. He would eventually lose his crowns and his head in 1649, the unrest of his reign perhaps demonstrating how successful James had been in holding the political situation together as well as he had for over 20 years after the union of the three crowns. James I is one of the most underappreciated of England's monarchs. For years he was derided by generations of historians, in large part owing to his homosexuality and also because he avoided wars during his 20-plus years on the throne. Owing to this, he was perceived as a weak and vacillating ruler. But this view is not tenable on the strength of the evidence available. Certainly, James had his weak points. His tendency to give too much power to Somerset first in the mid-1610s, and then Buckingham during the last 10 years of his reign, was problematic, as was his profligate spending. But in many other respects, his reign was a successful one. He oversaw the union of the English and Scottish crowns well in the mid-1600s, a not insignificant feat, given that England and Scotland had been perennial enemies for centuries. In his first years in London, he also saw off numerous conspiracies against the crown and established peace with Spain after a near 20-year war that Queen Elizabeth had been unable to bring to an end. Furthermore, despite facing a wide range of religious and political problems across his dominions, he created a stable triple monarchy and even sought to broker peace in Europe when the foremost conflict of the early modern era broke out in Germany. Overseas, his reign was really the first major era of the emerging British Empire, with colonies being established in North America and the Caribbean. He was not a perfect ruler, but he dealt well with a lot of problems and ensured that the problems which boiled over during his son's reign many years later did not cripple his own rule. In this sense, his long reign as king should be viewed as a considerable success. What do you think of King James I? Is he one of Britain's most underappreciated monarchs? Please, let us know in the comment section. And in the meantime, thank you very much for watching. The man known to history as King Charles I was born on the 19th of November 1600 at Dunfermline Palace in Scotland. His father was King James VI of Scotland, who had ruled that kingdom since he was an infant in the mid-1560s. Charles's mother was Queen Anne, a princess of the Danish royal family who had married James in 1589. Charles was the fourth child born to James and Anne, and Charles's eldest brother Henry Frederick had been born in 1594, followed by a sister Elizabeth in 1596. Another daughter named Margaret had followed late in 1598, but she had died from a mysterious illness, the exact nature of which remains unclear, in March 1600, several months before Charles's own birth. Charles's parents would go on to have several more children in the 1600s, but all died in infancy, and so Charles would grow up effectively as the youngest of 3 children, alongside his older brother Henry and sister Elizabeth. Charles's first years were spent in Scotland as a royal prince there. The Scottish court, like most of those in Europe, had been itinerant and moved from place to place during the late medieval period, but by the 16th century it was becoming more fixed in its abode, and much of Charles's first years were either spent in Edinburgh or Holyrood House. His care was entrusted to Lord and Lady Fyvie, while it was assumed that he would not be king unless some misfortune were to befall his older brother Henry, who lay directly in line to the Scottish throne. Charles developed his ability to talk later than most children. While he was a sickly infant, one who probably suffered from rickets, which weakened his ankles in his youth. In the spring of 1603, when he was just 2.5 years old, the trajectory of Charles's life was altered when Queen Elizabeth I of England died without a direct heir, bringing the House of Tudor to an end. Charles's father, King James, was descended from King Henry VII, and so was able to claim the English throne as a consequence. Thus, in April 1603, the Scottish royal family headed south to London, where James became King James I, of England, Scotland, and Ireland. The Stuart royal line would forevermore spend their time in London rather than Edinburgh. In England, as he grew up, Charles was credited with being a dedicated student. His education was entrusted to Thomas Murray, a Scottish Presbyterian scholar who was one of many individuals who headed from Scotland to England to join the new Stuart court in the south in 1603. Murray would subsequently become Provost of Eton. Under his guidance, Charles excelled at the core subjects of the humanist education which all of Europe's royal children were taught by the early 17th century, they being rhetoric, Latin, philosophy, and divinity. Charles's abilities in theological disputation were particularly notable, and his elder brother is reputed to have stated on one occasion that he would consider promoting Charles to the position of Archbishop of Canterbury, the most senior clerical position within the Church of England, when he became king. More broadly, Charles showed himself to be a determined young man in overcoming both his physical disabilities, but also the stutter which he developed in childhood, and traces of which were evident in his speech throughout his later life. Despite this, he learned to express himself well and also mastered some of the courtly arts such as horse riding and hunting. In November 1612, when he was just approaching his 12th birthday, the most defining event of Charles's life occurred. That autumn, plans had been finalized for the marriage of his older sister Elizabeth to Frederick, Elector Palatine of the Palatinate in western Germany. During the pre-wedding celebrations in London, Charles's brother, Henry Frederick, came down with a mysterious illness. The exact nature of it has never been completely determined, but it is believed that it may have been typhoid fever. In any event, Henry never recovered, and he died from the sickness on the 6th of November 1612. With this, Charles became the heir designate to the thrones of England, Scotland, and Ireland. More personally, the grief at the sudden loss of his brother was compounded by the departure of his sister Elizabeth for married life in Germany once her wedding was solemnized in 1613, leaving Charles a very suddenly isolated child in England. In the years that followed, his education continued, but with the added stress of now being the heir apparent to the throne. Suddenly, a prince of the blood was not being educated to become a senior noble, but a ruler of Britain and Ireland. Charles's teenage and early adult years were shaped in many ways by the political intrigues of his father's court. James was an otherwise successful ruler who had a serious flaw when it came to bestowing huge amounts of patronage, wealth, and favour on a series of court favourites, figures such as Robert Carr, 1st Earl of Somerset, who, for a time in the mid-1610s, rose to a position of major eminence at the Stuart court. However, he was replaced in the king's affections from 1615 onwards by a young courtier by the name of George Villiers. In the years that followed, Villiers was showered with titles and wealth, eventually being created as Duke of Buckingham within the British peerage, a dispensation which made him the only duke in England and the country's premier noble. In tandem, Buckingham began placing his clients and followers in senior positions all over England and Ireland, effectively building up a network which allowed him to govern much of the Stuart realms. In time, Buckingham also won over Charles, such that by the late 1610s there were effectively 3 individuals ruling the Stuart dominions: the King, Charles as heir and Prince of Wales, and Buckingham. Villiers' influence would continue into Charles's own reign in the mid-1620s. Much of what James, Charles, and Buckingham were concerned with in the late 1610s and into the 1620s was the subject of Charles's potential marriage. As the heir to 3 thrones, Charles was one of the most eligible bachelors in Europe. His marriage might be used to recalibrate the diplomatic landscape of the continent at a time when France and Spain were bitter rivals for supremacy in Western Europe, and the 30 Years' War had just erupted in Central Europe. The choice for England was whether to thread an independent path, as it had done throughout the reign of Queen Elizabeth in the second half of the 16th century, or to ally with Spain or France. A marriage alliance with Spain, whereby Charles would marry Infanta Maria Anna, the daughter of King Philip III, had been proposed as early as 1614, but negotiations only entered an intense period from the late 1610s onwards, as Maria Anna entered her teenage years and marriage became plausible. The Spanish match, as it became known, was debated for years to come, as it held out the possibility of a huge financial windfall for England from the coffers of Spain, at that time the wealthiest nation in the world, owing to the gold and silver bullion shipments it received every year from the Americas. King James also hoped that a Spanish alliance with the Habsburgs would put him in a better position to negotiate the restoration of his daughter Elizabeth and son-in-law, the Elector Palatine, to their lands in Germany, where they had been roundly defeated in the early stages of the 30 Years' War. However, the Spanish match was deeply unpopular amongst significant sections of the political community in the Stuart realms, in large part because of Spain's position as the great defender of Roman Catholicism in Europe. Throughout the late 1610s and early 1620s, these negotiations for the proposed union of Charles and Infanta Maria Anna were primarily carried out between diplomats in London and Madrid and the ambassadors of the two nations. But late in 1622, Charles determined to intervene more directly in events. He and Buckingham would set off incognito to visit Spain and finalize the match, believing that most matters were decided upon and an appearance in person in Madrid would bring about a conclusion to the alliance. Therefore, they set off for Spain, arriving in Madrid early in March 1623. There they received a somewhat cold welcome, the Spanish being in no mood to finalize a diplomatic wedding arrangement, particularly so as the war in Central Europe was going well for the wider Habsburg interest which ruled both Spain and the Austrian dominions. In such circumstances, an English alliance was less desirable. Consequently, while Charles and Buckingham were not rebuffed entirely in Spain, their visit there did not result in the finalizing of a marriage alliance, and there was no possibility that they would be allowed to return to England with the Infanta Maria Anna, an ambition which they had briefly held. While the mission to Spain in 1623 might have been unsuccessful from a diplomatic perspective, it was extremely influential in shaping Charles's personality and his approach as a ruler in years to come. In Madrid, the pair came into contact with one of the most lavish courts in the world, steeped in a century of wealth from Spain's overseas empire. Moreover, it possessed all the trappings of an autocratic monarchy where successive rulers like King Charles V and King Philip II had exercised a form of royal majesty of a kind rarely seen in England. Charles was impressed by this absolutism and the manner in which King Philip IV, who had recently become ruler of Spain, presided over a government which had little time for consulting with the wider political nation. The Spanish court was also a major centre of European artistic patronage and surrounded at the court by what was then the greatest collection of Renaissance paintings in Europe. Charles was inspired to become a major art patron himself, which he became in England in the 1630s. Thus, while the Spanish match was not brought to success by the mission of 1623, the visit to the Habsburg court in Madrid was formative for Charles, whose artistic sensibilities and desire for a more autocratic type of rule were fostered by it. Charles and Buckingham returned to England in the autumn of 1623, now determined to change direction and pursue war against Spain following their snubbing in Madrid. But before any such war could be initiated, it would need to have the consent of Parliament in England as well as its financial backing. Luckily, much of the political nation was keenly in support of war with the Spanish, though the powerful Lord Treasurer, Lionel Cranfield, Earl of Middlesex, was an impediment. Accordingly, Charles and Buckingham spent much of 1624 trying to initiate impeachment proceedings against Middlesex. All of this was occurring while the king's health was deteriorating. James had suffered from a range of maladies, including arthritis, kidney stones, and gout in his later years, and was often ill for protracted periods of time. By early 1625, it was clear that he did not have long left to live, and when he died on the 27th of March, it was something of a relief to a man who was suffering considerably in an age prior to effective medical treatments for many of the issues which plagued him. Charles subsequently ascended as King Charles I of England, Scotland, and Ireland in the spring of 1625. He was just 24 years of age and determined to rule the Stuart kingdoms in a different manner to how his father had. The first issue at hand for Charles was war with Spain. Parliament had voted through several financial subsidies in 1624, which provided the necessary financial backing for a conflict. And even in the final months of James's reign, it was clear that war was inevitable. However, it was Charles who formally initiated the Second Anglo-Spanish War. It would be a mixed affair, one which Charles only prosecuted in a limited fashion after an enormously costly naval expedition to the Spanish city of Cadiz in the autumn of 1625 ended in complete failure. Buckingham had overseen the endeavour, and Charles was reluctant to investigate what had gone wrong for fear it would embarrass the Duke, who continued to hold a position of preeminence at the Stuart court following James's death and Charles's accession. Thereafter, England did not launch another large expedition against the Spanish, while Spain, for its part, was bogged down in dealing with affairs elsewhere in Europe, notably in northern Italy during the late 1620s. Therefore, while the Anglo-Spanish War dragged on until 1630, it was only fully prosecuted in 1625 and 1626, and thereafter half-heartedly. When it came to an end, neither side had gained or lost much of anything other than vast sums of money. While the war with Spain was something of a non-event when it finally broke out, the breakdown of negotiations surrounding the Spanish match did have the highly significant impact of driving England towards France in the European system of alliances. No sooner had it become clear that Charles would not marry the Spanish Infanta that negotiations were opened between England and France for Charles to marry Princess Henrietta Maria, a sister of King Louis XIII of France. Once these negotiations were initiated, they were much more speedily advanced than had been the case with the proposed Spanish union. Accordingly, a proxy marriage was entered into between Charles and Henrietta at Notre Dame Cathedral in Paris on the 1st of May, 1625. Henrietta then proceeded to England, where the union was more formally entered into during the summer. With this, England allied itself with France in its continental struggle with Spain, a major diplomatic shift which ensured amity between England and France for several decades to come. On a more personal level, the marriage between Charles and Henrietta was successful, with the two being fond of one another. They would have 9 children together, though only 6 would survive beyond infancy. Charles, born in 1630, Mary in 1631, James in 1633, Elizabeth in 1635, Henry in 1640, and Henrietta in 1644. Yet the union proved problematic for the political classes in England, many of whom were suspicious of the Roman Catholicism of their new queen. Throughout Charles's reign, charges of his being a crypto-Catholic continued to be levelled against him on the grounds that he had absorbed some of his wife's religion, and the same concerns dogged his and Henrietta's children for the remainder of the 17th century. The way in which Henrietta became a lightning rod for disaffection with Charles's rule was in large part owing to wider discontent about the new king and his autocratic methods. These were quickly on display. In 1627, Charles dispensed with the standard method of obtaining financial support from the nation by requesting a subsidy through Parliament, and instead simply sent out demands for what became known as forced loans, based on the royal prerogative. In tandem, he began extraordinary recourse to martial law to requisition goods for the war effort and to billet soldiers and mariners in towns across England and Wales. All of this met with immense resistance within Parliament and in the wider political community. Hence, in the course of the spring and early summer of 1628, the king found himself being assailed to accept a declaration of the political restrictions which applied to him. The result was the Petition of Right, which was passed by Parliament on the 7th of June 1628, a document which has been viewed as a major addition to the Magna Carta of the 13th century in expressing the inalienable rights of individuals under the law in England. The Petition of Right might have led to a growing consensus between the Crown and Parliament had Charles been in any way predisposed to compromise with the political nation. But this was most assuredly not the case. Instead, he was developing a growing commitment to dispensing with Parliament altogether. Some of this was owing to the fallout from the death of Buckingham. Villiers had been retained in charge of England's war effort by Charles, despite his seeming military incompetence. This had created immense resentment in some circles, and so it was that on the 23rd of August 1628, Buckingham was stabbed to death by an English military veteran, John Felton, at the Greyhound Inn in Portsmouth, while he was in southern England preparing a new military foray against Spain. Such was the extent of Buckingham's unpopularity by the autumn of 1628 that Felton's actions were widely celebrated across England. But Charles was furious. This, combined with his clash with Parliament over the Petition of Right and other matters, convinced him that he should now try to recreate the sort of absolutist monarchy that he had seen on display in Spain back in 1623. Accordingly, early in 1629, he dissolved Parliament. It would not be reconvened for 11 years, a period in which Charles would govern through a small coterie of officials who were personally loyal to him, and which has come to be known as the personal rule by historians of the period. The personal rule was characterized by the king's reliance on a clique of civil and religious officials into whose hands Charles placed immense authority. In the religious sphere, none was as powerful as William Laud, a former religious advisor to Buckingham, who Charles had made Bishop of Bath and Wells in 1626. 2 years later, he was promoted to the Bishopric of London, and finally, in 1633, he was appointed as Archbishop of Canterbury, the greatest religious office in England. With Laud as his instrument, Charles initiated a campaign to establish a uniformly conservative version of Protestantism in England, one which is often termed Arminianism, after the Dutch theologian Jacobus Arminius. Through this, Charles sought to create a unified church, one which curbed the growth of evangelical Protestantism and the Puritans, a scion of English Protestantism who favoured a form of worship along the lines pioneered by John Calvin in Geneva in the 1540s. These efforts to centralise church authority were run through Laud, a firm believer in Episcopalianism, the idea of ruling a church firmly through bishops and officials. Laudianism, Arminianism, and other efforts by Charles to impose strict control over the Church of England would be a central issue which led to the conflicts of his later reign. In the secular sphere, Charles came to rely in the years following Buckingham's assassination on Thomas Wentworth, a member of Parliament who had established himself as a great supporter of the king's in the late 1620s, appointed as President of the Council of the North, and then made a member of the Privy Council in 1629. He would be most keenly associated with Ireland, though, where Charles appointed him as his viceroy in 1632. Wentworth, who was eventually created Earl of Strafford, governed the kingdom as Charles's representative for the remainder of the 1630s and into the early 1640s. Throughout this period, he established himself as the most keen advocate of royal absolutism in Charles's dominions, using the policies of thorough, a term used to denote the creation of a powerful central government by the raising of extensive taxes and revenues. In this way, the king and his officers would not be forced to seek the consensus of Parliament and the political nation for his policies, and could govern in an absolutist manner. We might ask at this juncture who the monarch that was seeking to rule in such an absolutist manner in the 1630s was. Charles was an individual whose personality was shaped in his early years by having been the spare heir, to use a modern term, one who was supposed to play second fiddle to his older brother and ended up becoming king instead. He never fully lost the speech impediment which he had suffered from as a child, and his personality reflected this, always being reserved and cautious. On a personal level, he was generous and a devoted father and husband, but there was most certainly an authoritarian streak to Charles, one which was considerably responsible for the clashes he would enter into from the late 1630s onwards. Though he was constantly attacked by his enemies as a crypto-Catholic, Charles was actually a committed Protestant, though one who favoured the high Anglican style of worship, which, with its love of ritual and rich adornment within churches, struck radical evangelicals as a thinly disguised form of Roman Catholicism. Perhaps Charles's most defining characteristic, though, was his lack of scruples. For Charles, the ends most certainly justified the means when it came to running his realms, and it was this Machiavellianism which ensured that he placed so much power in the hands of unscrupulous supporters, such as Wentworth in the 1630s, men who would back his designs unquestioningly. It should be noted separately that Charles was a keen promoter and patron of the arts in 17th century England. He established Sir Anthony van Dyck, a leading Flemish painter who had made his name in the Dutch Republic and Italy in the 1620s, as the official court painter in London. More notably, he patronized the Dutch master Peter Paul Rubens, who painted a famous series of panels depicting the king on the ceiling of the banqueting house at the government seat at Whitehall in Westminster. Charles also sponsored Hubert Le Sueur to erect a large equestrian monument which stands today at Trafalgar Square. While Le Sueur's work is extant today, Charles's reconstruction of much of St. Paul's Cathedral in London is not, as the portions of it which Charles was responsible for renovating were destroyed in the Great Fire of London in 1666. Other major artistic and literary figures who benefited from Charles's patronage and support included the great architect Inigo Jones, while John Donne's writing and poetry obtained royal favour in his last years. More broadly, Charles was an art connoisseur, and his collection included a wide array of works by Renaissance masters such as Titian, Dürer, Holbein and Raphael, many of which works are found in London's museums down to the present day. While Charles was patronising a Carolingian court renaissance in England, his realms were experiencing a range of different problems in the 1630s. These differed according to which region one was in. For instance, one of the primary problems in England was that posed by the Puritans, radical Protestants who existed in large numbers across the country. They were adamant that they would not accept Crown efforts through Lord and other bishops to enforce centralised control over the Church of England. Inadvertently, the persecution of the Puritans had the byproduct of fostering English colonial efforts overseas, as a great many of those who settled England's colonies in North America during the 17th century were Puritans and other religious radicals fleeing persecution at home. In Ireland, Charles had a problem insofar as Wentworth's heavy-handed methods of governing the country had fostered a country party of new English planters, led by Richard Boyle, 1st Earl of Cork, who wanted to govern Ireland in their own interest and not according to Wentworth's dictates. Finally, in Scotland, the Scottish Church, or Kirk, was utterly opposed to allowing Laud to impose bishop-centred administration of the country, or Episcopalianism. By the 1630s, Scotland had decades of experience of a largely decentralised church where individual religious communities were governed by elders or presbyters. They would resist any such centralising attempts by the king and lord over the Scottish Kirk. In the end, it was efforts to change the religious administration of Scotland which first sparked the decade of conflict which would eventually result in Charles being deposed and executed. In 1637, Charles and Laud attempted to impose a standardised prayer book into Scottish religious services, one which constituted a significant departure from what the Scottish Presbyterians had become accustomed to. This was a delicate move, one which provided evidence of how out of touch the Stuarts had become from Scottish politics since they had headed south in 1603 to govern Britain from London. Street riots and organised protests amongst the Scottish church leaders, nobles and gentry ensued from the efforts to impose the prayer book, and in 1638 a national covenant was drawn up and signed by the leaders of Scottish religious and political life, whereby they stated their intention to resist any efforts by the Crown or outside forces to introduce innovations to the Scottish Kirk. By innovations, they meant the likelihood that Charles would now seek to impose conformist bishops to run the Scottish Church. A showdown was brewing. What is known as the First Bishops' War erupted between Charles's government and his Scottish subjects in 1639 over his efforts to reform the Scottish Church and introduce both the standardised prayer book and bishops to run the Kirk. The plan was for Wentworth to oversee raising an army in Ireland with the aid of the Earl of Antrim in the north of the country, one which would then proceed across the North Channel to Scotland, while a complementary English force advanced north into southern Scotland. However, matters stalled in Ireland, and only one minor battle was fought during the war before a ceasefire of sorts developed in the autumn. The Scots were unsure how to proceed at this juncture, while Charles found himself in a difficult situation. He lacked the financial means necessary to wage a full-scale war against his Scottish subjects and would have to recall Parliament for the first time in over a decade as he wished to obtain a financial subsidy from his English subjects. Although he was ideologically opposed to doing so, he agreed that writs could be issued for a new Parliament late in 1639, but when the Assembly gathered at Westminster in mid-February 1640, the parliamentarians, led by John Pym, the MP for Tavistock, made it clear that they would not agree to a financial subsidy until Charles began to take seriously the question of political, economic, and religious reforms which they wanted addressed. Infuriated, Charles dissolved the Parliament after just a few weeks, a brevity which has led to the gathering becoming known as the Short Parliament. However, before long, Charles would have no choice but to come sheepishly back to Parliament, willing to make concessions in return for cash. In the autumn of 1640, news reached Charles in London of a dreadful development to the north. In actions which began the Second Bishops' War, which in reality was simply a continuation of the previous year's half-hearted campaign, the Scots had gathered an army and marched into northern England. A few weeks later, they seized the town of Newcastle. This was the epicenter of English coal production in the 17th century, and London and southern England relied on supplies of the fuel to keep their homes warm over the winter. Consequently, Charles would need to raise an army to prosecute the Scots. Hence, he had no other option but to recall Parliament, which he had only so recently dissolved, with assertions that he would not tolerate any demands for political reform in return for money. In this manner, a new Parliament met in early November 1640. In contrast to the Short Parliament, which had sat for just a few weeks earlier that spring, the new Parliament would last in one shape or another for the next 20 years, and is consequently known to history as the Long Parliament. Much like when King Louis XVI of France convened the Estates General in France in 1789, matters soon slipped out of Charles's control, and within days of the Parliament convening in November 1640, it was clear that the parliamentary opposition had a wide range of grievances which they wanted redressed in return for providing financial support to the king against the Scots. However, unlike in the later French instance, Charles would organize his supporters to resist Parliament, leading to civil war. The nature of the opposition which Charles faced in Parliament was multifaceted. On the one hand, there were many individuals who wanted their political grievances redressed. It had been 11 years since Parliament had been able to call on the monarch to reform a wide range of matters to do with the administration of England and Wales. They were determined to take advantage of the opportunity offered by the crisis of 1640. Others had economic grievances. For instance, there were all manner of calls for reform of the customs and trade system in England, while the City of London's mercantile community were aggrieved about the situation in Ireland, where they had been coerced into contributing to the Ulster plantation back in King James's time, and then had their estates confiscated by the Crown in the mid-1630s after investing hundreds of thousands of pounds in the same, the equivalent of hundreds of millions of pounds in today's money. But perhaps the most significant core of the parliamentary opposition faced by Charles came from the Puritans, those hard-line Protestants who favoured Calvinism and other forms of evangelical Christianity. They wanted to be able to worship in freedom in the Stuart realms and were determined to exact concessions to that effect from the king as the price of their financial contribution towards alleviating the crisis. The aggressive nature of this opposition was seen within days of the opening of the Long Parliament, when its members impeached Wentworth, arrested him, and detained him in the Tower of London, awaiting trial. The impotence of the king at this juncture was seen in that he could do little to prevent the downfall of one of his foremost servants. When his trial opened in the spring of 1641, Strafford was accused of executing a tyrannical government and was also accused of treason. The trial proceeded quickly, and Strafford was found guilty. Charles initially refused to sign his death warrant, but did so on the 10th of May, after claiming that he felt his position and his family were now threatened by Parliament. Strafford was beheaded 2 days later. Yet Parliament did not stop there, and in the months that followed drew up the Grand Remonstrance, a document outlining hundreds of perceived failings in Charles's government which they wanted addressed in return for their continued financial and logistical aid. The second half of 1641 and first half of 1642 saw a gradual descent into civil war in England and an extension of the unrest across all of Britain and Ireland. In August 1641, the Treaty of London was agreed between the Crown and the Scots, whereby they agreed to leave much of northern England in return for major concessions in the spheres of politics and religion. But this would only prove a temporary hiatus. It was overshadowed by the outbreak of a massive rebellion in Ireland in late October 1641, one which saw large parts of the country overrun by a confederacy of Irish and Old English interests by early 1642, though Dublin, Cork, and a number of other towns remained under royalist control. With Ireland overrun, Scotland having effectively defeated the Crown in a war and demonstrated its independence, and Parliament ascendant in England, Charles realised he needed to act or risk becoming a mere pawn in events. Accordingly, on the 3rd of January 1642, Charles ordered the Attorney General to bring charges against the leaders of the opposition in Parliament, men such as John Pym, Denzil Holles, and Edward Montague, 2nd Earl of Manchester, who were the leaders of the opposition to him. The king then left London himself, an action which is retrospectively viewed as a mistake, as in doing so he left behind the huge cache of arms and ordnance in the Tower of London. Over the next several months, both the king and Parliament began taking steps to build up their military forces in advance of an armed struggle. Negotiations continued over a range of issues, but it was clear by the late summer that the two sides were drifting ever further apart. When Charles effectively declared war on Parliament at the end of August, it was more an acknowledgement of the existing state of affairs than a bolt from the darkness. Throughout most of what is known as the First English Civil War, Charles made his base of operations out of the town of Oxford, site of one of Europe's oldest universities. His wife, the much-reviled French Catholic Queen Henrietta Maria, spent much of the Civil War period in exile in either the Dutch Republic or France, along with several of their younger children. At Oxford, Charles established a new court of his supporters, but life here was very different to what it had been in the capital during the 1630s. Oxford was ill-prepared to deal with the influx of tens of thousands of new inhabitants, and by 1643 the city was a mass of waste and disease, compounded by the quartering of a large royalist army in the surrounding countryside to protect the town should Parliament attempt to seize the king. From here, Charles oversaw a war effort which sought to defeat Parliament and restore him to his rightful position of authority, all while also trying to bring the Scots to heel and to crush the revolt in Ireland. The Civil War was a mixed affair over the next 2 years. The first major clash between Parliament and the Royalists was fought at Edge Hill on the 23rd of October 1642, though both sides then largely abandoned any campaigning for the winter, so that it was 1643 before military clashes intensified. Fighting focused in 1643 on Gloucester, where Prince Rupert, a continental cousin of Charles's, emerged as the foremost royalist commander. A major battle at Newbury in September of that year ended in a draw of sorts. Much more consequential was the parliamentary victory at Marston Moor outside York in northern England on the 2nd of July 1644. With this defeat, Charles was forced to abandon any efforts to secure northern England. However, small victories for the Royalists that summer and autumn in the south and west of England consolidated the Royalist position and ensured that the Civil War continued on into 1645. By then, Parliament had taken steps for the creation of a new professional army under the leadership of men such as Sir Thomas Fairfax, Henry Ireton, and Oliver Cromwell. The new model army, as it became known, would play a crucial role in Charles's downfall in the years to come. While these military manoeuvres were occurring between 1642 and 1645, the political landscape was also constantly shifting. The war was just an extension of the negotiations between Crown and Parliament, and those same negotiations continued throughout these years. They were stymied, though, by Charles's unwillingness to make major concessions. In this environment, he made regular efforts to bring the rebellion in Ireland to an end, in the hope that he may have been able to raise an army from there which could cross the Irish Sea to England and ensure victory over Parliament. Equally, he courted the Scots, though Parliament did so too, and in 1643 agreed an alliance with them termed the Solemn League and Covenant, whereby they agreed to act in conjunction with each other to preserve Presbyterianism in Scotland, to bring about a Puritan-dominated church in England, and to wipe out all vestiges of popery and Roman Catholicism across the three kingdoms. In this light, they viewed Charles's negotiations with the Irish Catholics as heinous and evidence of the long-held suspicion that Charles was a crypto-Catholic. The culmination of the First English Civil War came on the 14th of June 1645 at the Battle of Naseby. Here, Charles and Prince Rupert oversaw an army of approximately 4,000 cavalry and slightly less infantry. They clashed with a parliamentarian army commanded by Fairfax, Cromwell and Ireton near Leicester in the English Midlands. The parliamentarians considerably outnumbered Charles's forces, and with the recent army reforms initiated by Parliament, were better armed and supplied than were the Royalists. The context was a renewed Royalist effort to occupy parts of the north of England, while Parliament had instructed Fairfax to begin making plans to lay siege to Oxford. The battle was initiated under foggy conditions and turned into a debacle for the Royalists. After hours of fighting, approximately 1,000 of the Royalist forces had been killed, while thousands more were captured in the rout which followed. Charles's personal baggage train even had to be abandoned in the hasty retreat, and with it his personal papers fell into Parliament's hands. These were used extensively for propaganda purposes in the weeks that followed, to demonstrate to English political society that the king had been in negotiations with the hated Irish rebels. Naseby was the defining clash of the First English Civil War, and with it, defeat for Charles and his cause became inevitable. Defeat at Naseby saw the parliamentarians gain the upper hand in the Civil War. Leicester was captured by Fairfax 4 days later, following which he led the new model army southwest to capture the English West Country, a region which had been held by the Royalists since the beginning of the conflict. The important port of Chester also fell in February 1646. By that time, the parliamentarians had secured the aid of the Scottish to bring the war to a definitive conclusion. The last pitched battle of the war took place at Stow-on-the-Wold in mid-March, when a force of several thousand Royalists was quickly defeated by the new model army. Realizing his cause was lost, Charles made provision at Oxford to head for the continent to seek foreign aid from France or some other power to revive the Royalist effort, though his exact motives remain unclear, and it may have been that he intended to try to acquire aid from the Scots by heading north and offering enormous concessions to Edinburgh if the Scots would join him against Parliament. He left Oxford in disguise on the 27th of April 1646, but before he could leave Britain he was captured by a Scottish force led by David Leslie at Newark in northern England. The Royalist forces at Oxford capitulated after negotiations on the 24th of June 1646, effectively bringing the First English Civil War to an end. Charles was held under house arrest by the Scots in Newcastle for 8 months after his initial confinement in the summer of 1646. Thereafter, an arrangement was reached between the Scots and the English Parliament whereby Charles was handed over to them. He was kept under house arrest in various locations across England throughout 1647, first at Holdenby House in Northamptonshire, and then at a series of stately homes in East Anglia and Hertfordshire. Throughout this time, it should be emphasised that he was under house arrest and his circumstances were comfortable, with access to his own secretariat. However, Parliament was able to choose who he was or was not allowed to correspond and talk to. Thus, while he was, for instance, allowed to go hunting when he wished to while at Holdenby House, and request whatever books he wanted to read, active efforts were made to try to restrict him from communicating with those who were sympathetic to him, individuals who might attempt to revive the Royalist cause. This did not extend, though, to meeting with Scottish political figures, and Charles was able, in the course of 1647, to negotiate with these politicians to bring about an end to the war in the north. In a spiteful measure, the parliamentarians imposed the chaplains and ministers who Charles was allowed to consult with, ensuring that his religious needs were served by Puritan and Presbyterian ministers throughout late 1646 and 1647. Negotiations were underway between the king and Parliament throughout this period to try to resolve the many outstanding issues between them. Much of this centred on religious matters. In both the case of the Scots and the English parliamentarians, Charles offered to bring an end to any future efforts to impose episcopacy, the method of governing the church through powerful bishops in a form of centralised royal control. However, all of those who negotiated with Charles on this point in 1646 and 1647 came to the conclusion that the king viewed this simply as a temporary measure, and no one had any faith that he would not try to reimpose episcopacy and his own form of religion in both England and Scotland again in the long term. Other matters under negotiation concerned Charles's supposed tyrannical and absolutist tendencies, and as a safeguard, Parliament wanted to be given additional powers whereby it could determine its own sitting and dissolution, depriving the king of his overall control of Parliament in the process. Parliament was also to be given control over the appointment of a wide range of state officials and the army. All of these measures were debated under the rubric of a document entitled The Heads of Proposals. The tenor of these was mild in a situation where Charles had effectively lost the Civil War, but the king was too hard-headed and convinced of his divine right to rule to accept the proposals unequivocally, and in the long run, it simply served to tarnish the reputation of individuals like Henry Ireton, who were responsible for negotiating with the king on many of the points at hand. As the negotiations between king and Parliament continued, Charles was more than aware that there were divisions growing amongst his enemies. These often arose where one faction was more concerned about economic affairs or politics, while for others religion was the predominant matter. There was also growing discontent within the new model army about arrears of pay, and a developing dissatisfaction with the way negotiations with Charles were being handled. Charles was not oblivious to all of this, and had determined by the autumn of 1647 that the time might be ripe to try to escape and recommence the Civil War. He was doubly incentivized to do so when he learned that at least 2 members of the Army Council, Captain Bishop and Major Thomas Harrison, had begun to argue that the king should be placed on trial and could conceivably be executed for his crimes. This possibility was still anathema to most of those involved in negotiating with Charles in 1647. Such was the belief in the divine right of kings in early modern Europe, but it would become a more acceptable option to many as events unfolded. In the immediate term, the upshot of these developments was that Charles escaped from Hampton Court, the scene of his latest house arrest, on the 11th of November 1647. But the plan was botched, as Charles had been informed that the governor of the Isle of Wight, Colonel Robert Hammond, was sympathetic to his situation, but instead learned when he arrived there that Hammond intended to arrest him. Thus, no sooner had Charles escaped from Hampton Court than he was arrested again, and this time placed in captivity at Carisbrooke Castle on the Isle of Wight, where he would spend the next 13 months. Despite the botched effort at escaping his captors, Charles's fleeting release and the plans he had put in place did lead to a brief resurgence in the royalist cause in Britain. In the winter of 1647, rebellions broke out in Wales and Kent in support of Charles, followed by a Scottish invasion of northern England, Charles having shrewdly bought off large sections of the Scottish political community prior to escaping from Hampton Court. The Second English Civil War, as this new war is known, so as to distinguish it from the First English Civil War of the period from 1642 to 1646, was a short-lived affair. Sir Thomas Fairfax and Oliver Cromwell quickly gathered contingents of the new model army and headed north to see off the threat from the Scots. Cromwell won a major victory at the Battle of Preston in mid-August, and this effectively brought the conflict to an end. In the weeks that followed, royalist strongholds capitulated to Parliament. In the end, all this Second English Civil War achieved was reducing the divisions which had been developing between the parliamentarians and within the army, and refocusing attentions on the threat which the king posed. The end of the Second Civil War was a watershed moment in Parliament's attitudes towards Charles. The terms of his confinement at Carisbrooke Castle were more severe in 1648 than they had been throughout 1647, but he was still allowed to receive dignitaries and communicate with his followers, and it was clear that the king had every intention of launching a new war if he could. Faced with this impossible set of circumstances, a growing number of individuals within Parliament and the Army High Command began to believe that Charles did indeed need to be placed on trial and removed from affairs. On the Isle of Wight, Charles was aware of exactly how precarious his situation was, and engaged in an extensive correspondence with his allies, authoring as many as 1,000 letters during this time. He would also appear to have entered into a relationship with Jane Horwood, the daughter of an official who operated the royal stables at Carisbrooke. Whether it was a friendship or something more has never been fully ascertained, though the king never mentioned Mrs. Horwood in his letters to his wife on the continent. By the early winter of 1648, it was clear that Charles's last hope lay in a compromise with Parliament. A document entitled The Remonstrance of the Army was published in London that November, one which indicated that the military high command were now set on bringing the king to trial for what they knowingly referred to as, quote, exemplary justice in capital punishment. Alternatively, Charles hoped that a solution might be found whereby Parliament would either accept wide-ranging concessions for him, or that he would abdicate in favour of his eldest son and namesake, who had turned 18 earlier that year, and who was in residence at The Hague in the Dutch Republic. These hopes were dashed, though, on the 6th of December 1648, when a commander of the new model army, Colonel Thomas Pride, led a detachment to Westminster and purged the Long Parliament of those members who still sought a compromise with Charles. The remaining parliamentarians, referred to as the Rump Parliament, now determined to place Charles on trial. The case commenced at Westminster Hall on the 20th of January 1649, whereat Charles stood charged with tyranny and treason. In a week of proceedings, Charles refused repeatedly to acknowledge the legitimacy of the court, claiming that as God's representative sent to rule England in his stead, he could not legitimately be placed on trial. It was Charles's finest hour in many respects, with his defence consisting of mocking the judges, demanding to know by what right they were placing him on trial, and questioning why they had had to purge Parliament in order to gain a consensus for trying him. When he was found guilty on the 27th of January and condemned to death, it was a theoretical victory for Charles's enemies, but they would have preferred a more comprehensive propaganda victory over the king, whereas, in actuality, it had the appearance of a show trial, one which elicited significant public sympathy for Charles in the end. 59 men signed Charles's death warrant, the 59 regicides, as they would become known to history. Charles's execution was to be speedily carried out. He spent the last days of January writing letters to his family, supporters, and loved ones. To his younger sons, James and Henry, he wrote imploring them not to be used as pawns in any future civil conflict, and to support their older brother Charles as the new head of the royal family and a king in exile. He also composed his last will and testament, a 5,000-word statement that touched on his defence of true religion and divine justice in Britain and Ireland. Then, on the morning of the 30th of January 1649, Charles was led out to be executed in front of the banqueting hall at Westminster. He famously wore 2 shirts that winter morning, the king having determined that he didn't want to shiver from the cold and give anyone the impression that he was doing so out of fear. With his last words, he spoke about how a subject and a sovereign were 2 different things, and that he could not justly be executed on the orders of any court. Referring to himself as a martyr of the people, he claimed that everything he had done had been to preserve liberty in England. Then he forgave his executioner, the man who moments later severed the king's head from his body. With Charles's death in January 1649, Parliament was seemingly victorious, but it still faced considerable pockets of royalist resistance in England and Wales, while Scotland soon declared in favour of the executed king's eldest son and heir as King Charles II. This would result in what is sometimes called the Third English Civil War, while a major conflict was still underway in Ireland, where parliamentary forces would remain fighting until 1653. But eventually the Parliament emerged victorious, and a Commonwealth or Republic was established, dominated by Puritan war veterans such as Oliver Cromwell. In Cromwell's case, he was made Lord Protector of the nation in the mid-1650s and was even offered the crown himself, though he refused it. But the political experiment was a short-lived one, and when Cromwell died in the autumn of 1658, many began to pine for a return of the old Stuart monarchy. As they did, negotiations were initiated with the government in exile in the Dutch Republic of Charles II, and in 1660 he returned to England and was restored to the thrones of England, Scotland and Ireland. His father's clash with Parliament and his subsequent execution might be said to have been in vain, but the monarchy which was restored in 1660 was a much more limited one, which was increasingly answerable to Parliament, and which would, gradually, evolve over the next century or so into the constitutional monarchy of modern times, where Parliament controls the political realm and the monarch of the day broadly acts in a ceremonial capacity. Upon his son's restoration of the Stuart monarchy in 1660, Parliament determined to declare Charles to be a martyr in the list of Anglican saints, despite promises that he would not seek vengeance on those who had killed his father. Charles II also systematically had the surviving regicides who had signed the death warrant in 1649 hunted down and generally killed. Perhaps surprisingly, there was no decision taken to remove Charles's remains from where they had been interred at Windsor following his execution and reinter them at Westminster Abbey alongside his father, James I. Instead, a new mausoleum was intended to be placed over his grave at Windsor by the great architect of London, Sir Christopher Wren, during the Restoration era, though this was never accomplished. Charles's time as an Anglican martyr was brought to an end in the 1890s as his historical legacy continued to deteriorate. Charles I is one of England's most disliked kings. In surveys and commentaries over the centuries, he has generally not fared well in the popular imagination or amongst professional historians assessing the relative merits of his rule. There are perhaps some good reasons for this. Charles, after all, led not just England but the entirety of his political dominions into civil conflict from the late 1630s onwards. Between the Bishops' Wars, the English Civil Wars, and the Confederate War in Ireland, hundreds of thousands of people were killed and millions were displaced or negatively impacted. Much of this was due to the king's authoritarian streak and his implacability when it came to negotiating either with his Scottish subjects, who did not wish to have their own idiosyncratic national church interfered with, or with the English Parliament, who wanted a monarch who was more considerate towards the grievances of the political nation. Throughout the 1630s, he stoked these problems, and then, when war seemed to be brewing in the early 1640s, he refused to back down and instead elected for civil war. Even when he was effectively defeated in the mid-1640s, he could not fully embrace compromise, and his continued double-dealing eventually forced a radical element within Parliament and the army to do the unthinkable and kill God's anointed representative sent to govern England. There is another way of assessing Charles's life and reign. He was a monarch who was trying to rule during a very difficult period in European history. This was an age known as the General Crisis of the 17th century. Few corners of Europe managed to avoid rebellions and wars in the 1640s owing to a wide array of political, religious, social, and economic upheavals. Combined with this, Charles faced a radical element within his own parliament who were determined to develop a fundamentally new relationship between the crown and the political nation. He had also inherited a fractious religious landscape, one in which his efforts to centralize state control over the church were unfairly seen as crypto-Catholicism. Moreover, civil unrest of this kind was nothing new in England. There had been a major clash between the crown and the political nation on average every 50 years, going back since the 12th century. Given all of this, Charles might have reasonably expected a different kind of war than the one which eventually developed. He certainly cannot have imagined when he entered into the conflict that he would lose his crown and his head. As such, there are two ways of viewing Charles's reign, one in which he was the author of his own misfortunes, and another in which he was the victim of circumstances. The answer is most likely a combination of the two. What do you think of King Charles I? Is he unfairly vilified as a terrible king? Or was he dogged by a political community which had become dominated by dangerous religious and political extremists? Please let us know in the comment section. And in the meantime, thank you very much for watching. The man known to history as King Charles II was born on the 29th of May 1630 at St James's Palace in London. His father was King Charles I of the House of Stuart, who had ascended to the thrones of England, Scotland and Ireland in 1625. When the future Charles II was born, his father was entering into a period of controversial rule, one in which he sought to establish an absolutist monarchy, one which had no need for consulting with or even convening Parliament, and which sought to establish uniformity of religion as a form of moderate Protestantism across the three kingdoms. As we will see, his efforts to do so would profoundly shape the lives of both the king and his son. Charles's mother was Queen Henrietta Maria, a sister of King Louis XIII of France, who was, somewhat controversially, a Roman Catholic queen consort. Charles was the first son born to her and the king, though another child had been stillborn the previous year. More healthy offspring would follow, with Mary born in 1631 and James in 1633. Further children were born in the mid to late 1630s and early 1640s, but two would die in infancy, and Elizabeth, Henry and Henrietta would all pass away in their teenage or early adult years. Upon his birth in 1630, Charles was automatically bestowed with the titles of Duke of Cornwall and Duke of Rothesay. In line with royal practice in early modern times, a governess, in this case the Countess of Dorset, was appointed to oversee the infant's rearing in 1631. Then, in 1638, he was made Prince of Wales, the formal title which had been granted to the heir designate in direct line to the throne in England since the early 14th century. At the same time, his own household was formally established, with the Earl of Newcastle, William Cavendish, serving as governor thereof. The Dean of Christ Church at Oxford, Dr. Brian Dupper, was appointed as his senior tutor. Charles would eventually develop a curious and searching intellect, and in later life he was a keen patron of the new sciences which were emerging in the 17th century. Charles's education and early development would be overshadowed and ultimately interrupted by the growing instability which was shaking his father's kingdoms. Charles I's determination to rule as an absolutist monarch was most clearly seen in his efforts to establish a uniform religious landscape in both England and Scotland, two countries with different religious environments, but in which there was a large community of radical evangelical Protestants who were utterly opposed to the king's efforts to impose a moderate form of Protestantism across the Stuart dominions. In the late 1630s, this eventually led a huge number of the Scottish lords, religious leaders and gentry to revolt against the crown, beginning a series of conflicts known as the Bishops' Wars. In an effort to raise an army to confront these Scottish rebels, Charles convened Parliament in England for the first time in 11 years, but he found they were unwilling to help him financially without political and religious concessions in England. Eventually, the Scots invaded and occupied northern England, while Parliament began to initiate political reforms without consulting the king. Then another revolt broke out amongst the Roman Catholics of Ireland late in 1641. Faced with such an accumulation of problems, the king ought to have agreed to some of the English Parliament's demands and then raised an army to confront the Scots, followed by the Irish. But he was an uncompromising ruler, and instead prepared for a civil war, one which duly erupted in August 1642 when the king declared war on Parliament. The young Prince Charles was not even a teenager when the War of the Three Kingdoms broke out in the early 1640s. But despite this, his father was determined that his heir would be present with him in England during events, whereas, after a time, the rest of the royal family, including Charles's mother, were sent into exile on the continent, variously moving between France and the Dutch Republic. The prince was often used as a negotiating chip by the king during these years, with Charles I holding out the possibility of his son marrying the daughter of a European ruler, if that same ruler would aid the royalist cause in Britain in return for a marriage alliance with one of Europe's major royal houses. Few such offers were being made after the royalist cause suffered a major defeat to the parliamentarians at the Battle of Naseby in the summer of 1645. Nevertheless, the king was determined that his son and heir would continue his training as a future monarch, and that same spring he sent Charles, before he even turned 15 years of age, to command the royalist cause in the English West Country, albeit with a council of advisers which included the Duke of Richmond, Lord Culpeper, and Edward Hyde. The latter would play a significant role in Charles's later life. As the war turned further against the king during the course of the second half of 1645 and into 1646, Charles received orders from his father that, if he was in danger, he should flee from his command in the West Country and head to join his mother and siblings in France. As the king surrendered to the Scots and the First English Civil War came to an end in the summer of 1646, the prince accordingly left England and headed for the French court, where he reconnected with his mother after several years apart. He was there in 1647 and 1648 as news reached the continent that Charles I had attempted to escape from the house arrest Parliament had placed him under, but had subsequently been re-detained on the Isle of Wight. Negotiations over various political and religious matters between the king and Parliament continued to prove fruitless, and there was now a worrying contingent within the parliamentary army, led by figures like Oliver Cromwell, who believed the king would have to be placed on trial and ultimately dispensed with. With such news circulating, the king's Scottish subjects, who had rediscovered their loyalty after many years, called on Prince Charles to join them in Scotland to make war on Parliament in England. Charles headed to The Hague in the Dutch Republic to make preparations for his return to Britain, but he was still there when the news was received in early February of 1649 that on the 30th of January his father had been executed by the English Parliament after what was widely deemed to have been a show trial by a group of MPs who were in favour of doing away with the king. 2 days after Charles I was killed, the Crown's Scottish subjects proclaimed Prince Charles as King Charles II. Yet Charles could not immediately sail for the north of Britain, as there were too many moving parts. Scotland was not unequivocally in his camp yet, and there was a possibility of winning over the Catholic rebels in Ireland, who had been in control of much of the country throughout the 1640s, to a coordinated opposition to the English Parliament. A quick campaign by Cromwell into Ireland in the autumn and winter of 1649, however, had begun to crush the Irish revolt, and deciding that there could be no further delays, Charles sailed for Scotland in the summer of 1650, landing there in late June. Enormous problems remained to be resolved there when he arrived, and the Royalist cause in what is variously known as the Third English Civil War, or Anglo-Scottish War, was bedevilled by conflict over future religious and political settlements between Charles's supporters. These were still unresolved when Cromwell invaded southern Scotland in late July and laid siege to Edinburgh, which fell after a delay in the late autumn. By the end of the year, his forces had occupied southern Scotland, and the new year brought further defeats. Notwithstanding this, Charles attempted to lead his forces into England, but after defeat at the Battle of Worcester in early September, he determined instead to flee from Britain. His efforts to disguise himself as a servant to find shipping out of England were made more difficult by Charles's conspicuous height, who, at 6 foot 1 inch, was unusually tall by 17th century standards. Nevertheless, he eventually managed to depart from England for the continent. With the Third English Civil War over, the Commonwealth, or Republic, which had been established in England in 1649, would secure control over all of Britain and Ireland, and would eventually be governed through the 1650s by Oliver Cromwell as Lord Protector. On the continent, Charles quickly headed for Paris, where he and his mother and their supporters ensconced themselves in the Louvre, at that time a royal palace rather than a museum. They hoped to garner support for a new attempt to restore Charles to his thrones, but none would be forthcoming any time soon. France was then ruled by the 12-year-old King Louis XIV, whilst it was in the grips of its own minor civil war, while Spain had been mired in war for decades and could not afford to support Charles's ambitions. In France, it was a wretched existence for Charles. His mother and their supporters during the mid-1650s were generally ignored by the French government, eking out survival using Henrietta's pension from her family, and with Charles periodically departing to various parts of Europe to meet with middling rulers in the hope of obtaining aid from some of them in his plight. He even toyed with converting to Catholicism to obtain aid from the papacy, and the former queen all but made her younger son James convert to Roman Catholicism to increase the chances of finding allies amongst the continent's Catholic powers. War between the English Commonwealth and Spain in 1654 changed matters slightly, and negotiations with the Spanish viceroy in what was then the Spanish Netherlands, but which today is Belgium, saw Charles relocate his court in exile to the Spanish Netherlands in the second half of the 1650s. However, negotiations with the Spanish for a possible invasion of England never materialized into anything of substance, and as the years ticked by, Charles was looking less like a king in exile and more like a deposed monarch rotting away on a pension at various European courts. These years were notable for the emergence of Charles's philandering character. The exiled king was, to put it plainly, fond of women and certainly had none of the stereotypical compunctions about sex outside of marriage which we often tend to associate with more religious times. In France in the 1640s, he had already established a reputation for ceaselessly courting young women of the court, and this continued throughout the 1650s. What was more, it soon began to result in illegitimate children born out of wedlock, a problematic issue for any future king, as it raised issues about a possible succession in decades to come. The first such illegitimate child had been born in Rotterdam in the Dutch Republic in the spring of 1649, as Charles was making preparations to head to Scotland. Named James Scott, the boy's mother was Lucy Walter, the daughter of a prominent Welsh gentry family which had headed into exile at the royalist court on the continent in 1647. An illegitimate daughter named Charlotte followed a year later in 1650. Her mother was Elizabeth Killigrew, the wife of Francis Boyle, later Viscount Shannon, a member of the Irish peerage. Elizabeth had been serving as a maid of honour to Charles's mother in France when he began a brief affair with her in 1649. Less fleeting was Charles's relationship with Catherine Pegg, a member of another royalist family in exile who began a relationship with Charles in Bruges around 1656. 2 children, a son named Charles and a daughter named Catherine, were born in 1657 and 1658. Charles would later become Earl of Plymouth in 1675, but Catherine's fate is a mystery. She may have died in infancy, but some believe she entered a nunnery at Dunkirk and lived a long life there. Whatever the truth of this, Charles's activities on the continent in the late 1640s and throughout the 1650s set a precedent of him having a constant string of mistresses and siring a large number of illegitimate children. During the late 1650s, Charles's fortunes suddenly began to prosper. Oliver Cromwell died, somewhat prematurely, in September 1658, and his son, Richard Cromwell, who succeeded him as Lord Protector of the Commonwealth, proved unable to hold the state together in the manner which his father had. In this environment, Parliament was reconvened in England in 1659. Into the political breach stepped General George Monk, the Governor of Scotland and a man with residual royalist sympathies. He called for the dissolution of Parliament and fresh elections for the first time since 1640, resulting in the formation of the Convention Parliament early in 1660. At the same time, he began gathering a party of individuals, both amongst the British nobility and the gentry and moneyed classes, who believed that the best means of restoring order was to have Charles return to England and to restore the Stuart monarchy. They also believed that the broader population were eager for such a measure after years of dour and repressive Puritan rule during the 1650s. Contact was soon made with the Stuart court in exile in the Low Countries, and Charles began considering what political concessions he was willing to make in return for acquiring his father's crowns. The end result of these negotiations between Charles and the delegates from England and Scotland was the Declaration of Breda, which Charles issued from the city of Breda in the Dutch Republic on the 4th of April 1660. It was drawn up by the King-in-Waiting and 3 of his closest advisers, Edward Hyde, 1st Earl of Clarendon, James Butler, 1st Duke of Ormond, and Nicholas Monk. In it, Charles made known to the political nations of England, Scotland, and Ireland that if he was to return to England and restore the monarchy, that he would offer a general act of oblivion to pardon anyone who had taken up arms against his father and his family during the wars of the 3 kingdoms. He also held out the promise of religious toleration for all, be they Anglicans, Puritans, Presbyterians, or indeed Roman Catholics. The declaration was sent ahead of him to England as Charles began making his preparations for returning home triumphantly, but the wording of the Declaration of Breda became a point of contention in years to come, as it was debated whether or not it had absolved those who had been directly responsible for killing Charles's father in 1649, the regicides who had signed Charles I's death warrant. It would also not be long before religious tensions emerged yet again, notably because while the Puritans demanded religious toleration for themselves, they could never tolerate the granting of the same rights to Roman Catholics. With the Declaration of Breda drawn up and being distributed across Britain and Ireland, Charles made haste to return to England. In England, the Convention Parliament under Monk's direction issued its own statement on the 8th of May 1660, declaring that Charles II had become King of England, Scotland and Ireland on the 30th of January 1649, at the time of his father's execution, and that the Commonwealth had been an illegitimate government. In one of the strangest constitutional overhauls in European political history, the political nation simply decided to pretend that the previous 20 years of conflict between Parliament and the Crown had simply never occurred. Charles left The Hague 2 weeks later and landed at Dover in southern England on the 25th of May 1660, before undertaking a long triumphal procession to London, entering the capital on the 29th of May, his 30th birthday. His official coronation would not take place for nearly a year, but in late May 1660, the Commonwealth officially came to an end and the Stuart monarchy was restored, developments which have led to the period of the 1660s and 1670s becoming known as the Restoration era in British political and social history. Despite the almost rapturous enthusiasm which the restoration of the Stuart monarchy was greeted with in the summer of 1660, there were many problems confronting Charles's government. Most of the political and religious problems which had fermented the wars in England remained issues in the early 1660s. England was still a country with a varied range of religious denominations, with the state-sanctioned Anglicanism being a very moderate form of Protestantism, whereas the Puritans, who had led the resistance to Charles I in the 1640s, wanted a more strict form of Protestantism along the lines of European Calvinism. On top of this, the unrest and religious turmoil of the 1640s and 1650s had seen the emergence of all manner of new radical religious groups, such as the Quakers, a religious movement who didn't celebrate any form of traditional Mass, the Baptists, and even dangerous radicals such as the Fifth Monarchists, whose leader Thomas Venner tried to launch an abortive rebellion in London in 1661 in the interests of placing King Jesus on the throne of England. Beyond this, there were issues around the respective powers of the Crown in relation to Parliament, the dominance of Scotland by the Presbyterians, whom Charles had grown to loathe during his time there in the early 1650s, and the land issue in Ireland, where a great many of the Stuarts' stronger supporters in the 1640s and 1650s had their estates confiscated and colonised by the Commonwealth government in the 1650s. To begin to address the wide range of issues which the new government had to deal with, the Convention Parliament was dissolved and a new Parliament, which would become known as the Cavalier Parliament, was convened in May 1661. It would sit for the next 18 years and was packed with supporters of the monarchy, hence the name Cavalier, which was a term used to refer to royalist supporters during the civil wars of the 1640s. Its activities were broadly managed by Edward Hyde, 1st Earl of Clarendon, Charles's long-standing political ally, who had also become his in-law when Charles's brother James secretly married Edward's sister Anne in 1660. Clarendon would serve as Charles's chief minister and led the government until 1667. Together, Charles and Clarendon introduced a range of legislation through the Cavalier Parliament in the early 1660s, notably the Licensing of the Press Act in 1662, which introduced major censorship to the London press in the interests of clamping down on publications by radical groups like the Fifth Monarchists. The Corporation Act, of 1661, requiring officers to swear the oath of allegiance to the crown, and the Act of Uniformity, making use of the state-sanctioned Book of Common Prayer, which was mandatory for religious services across the three kingdoms. Thus, for all the talk of religious toleration in the Declaration of Breda, Charles and Clarendon quickly moved to establish religious uniformity across the three kingdoms in the early 1660s. Clarendon would not remain as Charles's chief minister throughout the reign, and a series of political and personal setbacks in the mid-1660s saw him removed from power and sent into exile in France in 1667. He was replaced by a cabinet-style government of several of Charles's leading nobles and bureaucrats over the next several years, until Thomas Osborne, Earl of Danby, was appointed as chief minister in the mid-1670s. These would be years in which religious tensions continued to simmer. For instance, in 1673, the Test Act was introduced as a successor to the Corporation Act of 1661. This allowed for a new formal declaration of obedience to the Crown and also a declaration against the concept of transubstantiation in the Mass. Charles was often happy for his ministers and Parliament to manage these elements of policy, but he should not be viewed as an aloof monarch. He left the day-to-day management of government to his ministers, but intervened when he wished to make a decision on a range of matters. That Charles was an activist monarch in many respects is important to note, as he has generally been viewed as a frivolous king who is often referred to as the merry monarch. This was in line with the general tenor of the 1660s and 1670s. The Restoration era has been characterized as one of loose morals, sexual promiscuity, heavy drinking, and a generally more flamboyant court culture, all of which contrasted sharply with the dour Puritanism of the 1650s. At Parliament, there were many famous rakes who frequented Westminster's three bars, ironically named Heaven, Purgatory, and Hell, while prominent poets of the age, such as John Wilmot, 2nd Earl of Rochester, were known as much for their prodigious drinking as their writing, though Rochester's A Satire Against Mankind is an important statement on the evolving atheism of the age as the Reformation gave way to the Enlightenment across Europe. Charles presided over all of this, with the Stuart court in the 1660s becoming a place of conspicuous wealth and consumption, with elaborate feasts, extensive drinking, and widespread marital infidelity amongst the court's senior figures. All of this was facilitated by a major economic boom as England began to benefit from its growing trade and empire, as well as its emergence, along with the Dutch Republic and certain parts of Germany, as the first major capitalist centres of Western society. A significant element of this Restoration ethos was its stage culture. The Puritans had largely shut down London's theatres in the 1650s, believing that they promoted sin and dealt in immoral themes. This decision was immediately reversed by Charles, who was a great lover of the theatre. Accordingly, the Restoration era witnessed a major revival of English theatre and, in particular, the development of Restoration comedy, with playwrights such as John Dryden, William Wycherley, and George Etheridge producing some of the foremost English comedic plays of the early modern era. Charles was open to plays which were considered obscene, with Wycherley's The Country Wife being surely the bawdiest play ever staged in England up to that time, when it appeared in 1675. Owing to its sexual themes, it was banned in Britain between the mid-18th century and the mid-1920s. An important development during the 1660s and 1670s was that women first began to play female characters where In the past, these had been played by younger men or boys, while Aphra Behn became England's first prominent female playwright. This was all symptomatic of Restoration literature's blossoming in general, and Charles's reign also witnessed the publication of John Milton's Paradise Lost and John Bunyan's The Pilgrim's Progress, two works of theological fiction which are considered masterpieces of early modern literature in the manner in which they explored religious mores and social and political change. It would be all too easy to dismiss Charles as a hedonist, given his reputation as the merry monarch and his preoccupation with the London stage and overseeing a court whose members enjoyed themselves, but there was also a thoughtful aspect to Charles's character, a hardly incongruous feature of a monarch who, during his exile in France in the 1650s, had studied under Thomas Hobbes, the masterful author of Leviathan, one of the most significant works of political science ever written. This is seen most clearly in his patronage of the emerging sciences. The 17th century witnessed the emergence of whole new fields of scientific inquiry across Europe after the groundwork had been laid down by continental scientists like Copernicus, Galileo, Tycho Brahe, and Johannes Kepler in the 16th century. In England, the circles of intellectuals who had begun to coalesce around Samuel Hartlib, and which included figures like Robert Boyle, the father of modern chemistry, had been working in London in the 1650s. But they really began to flourish during the Restoration period, often with Crown patronage. Within months of his accession, Charles sanctioned the establishment of the Royal Society of London for improving natural knowledge. In the years that followed, Charles patronised the work on telescopes being undertaken by Sir Paul Neal, the anatomical work of Timothy Clark, Boyle's ongoing experiments, Sir Thomas Williams' work on developing new medicines, and the many different types of inquiry being pursued by the Restoration polymath Robert Hooke. Finally, while Charles would not live to see Isaac Newton's mathematical principles of natural philosophy published in 1687, Newton was able to produce this, one of the most groundbreaking works in the history of science, primarily because England had become an environment in which scientific inquiry was promoted and funded during Charles's reign. When Charles was restored as monarch, he was still unmarried, despite having entered his 30s. It was consequently a pressing issue for him to wed and produce a legitimate heir. A prospective bride was soon identified. For decades, between the late 1570s and the early 1640s, Portugal had been effectively ruled as a vassal state of Spain, but in the 1640s, a rebellion there had freed the country from Spanish domination and established a new royal line, the House of Braganza. It was in need of allies against any future attacks, and in 1660 began exploring the possibility of cementing such an alliance by marrying Catherine of Braganza, the daughter of King John IV, who had been King of Portugal until his death in 1656, to Charles II. A union was soon agreed, and when Catherine arrived to England in the early summer of 1662, the couple were married. Queen Catherine brought a valuable dowry in the shape of the port of Tangiers in Morocco and the colony of Bombay on the western coast of India, both of which now became English colonies. England also received extensive trading concessions with Portugal's colony of Brazil, though in return Charles had to promise the Portuguese naval and financial assistance if Spain tried to retake Portugal. It was, though, a problematic marriage, not least because Catherine's Catholicism was viewed unfavourably by many in Britain, but also because Catherine would not be able to have children, suffering several miscarriages in the years ahead. If Catherine could not have children, there was no doubt about Charles's ability to do so. He continued to have a string of prominent mistresses throughout the 1660s and 1670s, even as he became a married man. Of these, easily the most well-known and the one who the king made no efforts to disguise his relationship with was Barbara Palmer, a scion of the Villiers family who had come to occupy a major position in England during Charles's father and grandfather's reigns. She was married to Roger Palmer, 1st Earl of Castlemaine, when she first became the king's mistress, though Charles would later make her the 1st Duchess of Cleveland as well. With Barbara, Charles had at least 5 illegitimate children who took the Fitzroy surname, which means son of the king, 2 daughters named Anne and Charlotte, born in 1661 and 1664, and 3 sons named Charles, Henry, and George, born in 1662, 1663, and 1665. A 6th child, Barbara, was born in 1672, but the king always disputed the fact that he was her father, and he refused to acknowledge her, unlike the other 5 who he admitted he had fathered and raised to positions of considerable wealth and prestige in later years. Charles Fitzroy, for instance, was made the Duke of Southampton in 1675 when he was just 13 years of age. The same year, the king bestowed noble titles on several of his illegitimate children. It was not just with Barbara Palmer that Charles sired illegitimate children. In the late 1660s, his love of the stage extended to an amorous engagement with one of the Restoration Theatre's finest actresses, Nell Gwynn. This dalliance eventually resulted in 2 sons, who were given the surname Beauclerk. These were Charles and James Beauclerk, born in 1670 and 1671. With another actress mistress, Mary Moll Davies, Charles had an illegitimate daughter named Mary, who was born in 1673, while in the early 1670s, Charles became involved with a French noblewoman who was visiting England on a diplomatic mission by the name of Louise Renée de Penencoe de Keroualle. With her, he had another son, also called Charles, and given the surname Lennox. What this meant in practice is that the king had at least 4 different sons, all called Charles by 4 different women, and 2 sons named James. Overall, he had at least a dozen illegitimate children, but Charles had 14 or more confirmed mistresses, as well as engaging in casual flings and sex, so that it seems plausible that he had more illegitimate children. In all likelihood, he did not know himself how many children he had fathered. Charles faced a difficult situation across the Irish Sea, though one doubtlessly less complicated than his amorous affairs and family arrangements. In Ireland, the largest ever transfer of land out of the hands of Roman Catholics of Irish and Old English descent into the hands of land adventurers and Cromwellian army captains had taken place in the mid-1650s. Nearly half of all the land available in Ireland had changed hands as Parliament rewarded its supporters and punished both royalists and general rebels against English rule. Now, in the early 1660s, Charles was presented with a dilemma. Many of his father's and his own staunchest supporters had been individuals with large Irish estates who had lost their lands in Ireland in the 1650s. Figures like James Butler, Duke of Ormond, Alec Burke, 5th Earl of Clanricarde, and Murragh O'Brien, Baron of Inchiquin. Charles could hardly not restore them to their lands, but in doing so, he threatened to upset the delicate political consensus which his reign rested on in its early years. Eventually, a compromise was reached whereby an Act of Settlement was established in 1662 and a court of claims founded to adjudicate on who should be restored to their lands. It would continue its work throughout the 1660s, but it ended up satisfying few interest groups, with some feeling their piecemeal restoration to their lands was a betrayal of their support for the Stuart cause in the 1640s, and others that they had been robbed of estates which they had rightfully acquired in the 1650s. The mid-1660s were difficult years in Charles's burgeoning reign for other reasons. 1665 saw the outbreak of the last major wave of bubonic plague in England and, in particular, in London. Although the bubonic plague is typically associated with the first major outbreak of it in Europe in the middle of the 14th century, when the Black Death claimed over a third of Europe's people between the late 1340s and the mid-1350s, it remained a perennial part of European life for over 3 centuries thereafter, with regular outbreaks in large cities. An outbreak in 1625, for instance, had killed 35,000 people in London and the surrounding region. However, 1665 witnessed the worst outbreak in early modern times, a development which was substantially owing to the swelling of the city's population to 400,000 people by the Restoration era, from 200,000 in 1600. The outbreak began in the St. Giles area of the city in the first weeks of 1665 and spread quickly. It peaked in the late summer and autumn of 1665, with over 7,000 deaths per week recorded in the city in September. By then, Charles and the royal family and court had fled to the countryside, the only effective means of avoiding contamination in the midst of such a virulent outbreak in early modern times. By the time it abated in early 1666, approximately 100,000 Londoners had lost their lives. The Great Plague of 1665 was the last major outbreak of bubonic plague in London, but the city's suffering continued nonetheless in the period that followed. Fire was the enemy in 1666. In the early hours of the morning of the 2nd of September 1666, a small fire at the home of a baker on Pudding Lane in the heart of the old city began, one which spread to many other buildings as the Mayor of London, Sir Thomas Bloodworth, dithered over taking effective preventative measures by pulling down the neighbouring houses to stop its spread. In the hours that followed, heavy winds spread the conflagration far and wide. It would take 4 days to get it under control. By the time the Great Fire of London abated on the 6th of September, 2/3 of the old medieval walled city had been destroyed, and a significant section of the city to the west of the old walls. This included over 13,000 homes, scores of churches, and most notably St. Paul's Cathedral. Luckily, the death toll seems to have been relatively limited, with most Londoners having had time to flee the city before the fire reached their homes, though this remains a matter of debate amongst historians of Restoration London. Charles was actively involved in trying to prevent the fire spreading, heading upriver to view the scene on the afternoon of the 2nd of September and ordering that all measures possible be taken to put it out. In its aftermath, he called for calm as Londoners sought to blame the capital's significant communities of foreigners and Roman Catholics for starting the fire. While Charles had been actively involved in trying to stop the spread of the Great Fire over those 4 days and nights in September 1666, ultimately all anybody could do when it got out of hand was wait for the wind to die down and the rains to come. More active measures could be taken following it to begin rebuilding the capital. There was a great need to do so, as in the aftermath of the fire, tens of thousands of people were living in makeshift homes on the outskirts of London without access to adequate supplies of all kinds, and with the cold winter in what was the Little Ice Age of the 17th century approaching. Welfare measures were put in place by the Crown to see people through the worst of this, and special fire courts were established to resolve land disputes between those who had lost their homes. The latter were in operation until 1672 to work out all of the conflicting land titles, but Charles was most involved in the rebuilding of London in the years afterwards, hiring individuals to reconstruct the old city along medieval lines, and hiring the famed architect Christopher Wren to build a new cathedral on the site of St. Paul's. In the 1670s, Charles also had the monument to the Great Fire of London, a 200-foot Doric column situated near the northern end of London Bridge, erected as a testament to the events of September 1666. Both the Dome of St. Paul's and the monument still tower over the old city of London today as a testament to the events of Charles's reign. By the time London was being rebuilt in the late 1660s, Charles had to confront a significant foreign policy issue. As Europe entered the second half of the 17th century, it was clear that Spain, the superpower of the 16th century, was in major decline, whereas France, under the autocratic and effective King Louis XIV, was emerging as the major power of continental Europe. Charles had to determine what stance England should take towards a country which had traditionally been its ancient enemy, one with whom England had fought the 100 Years' War throughout much of the 14th and 15th centuries, and which was also a Roman Catholic power. Despite these issues, Charles was inclined to favour an alliance with France, in large part because of England's rivalry with the Dutch Republic, the dominance of the European carrying and overseas trade in the mid-17th century, London and Amsterdam being the major financial, economic and trading centres of the world by the 1660s. Cromwell's government had already fought one war against the Dutch in the mid-1650s to try to wrest control of much of its trade away from it, and Charles and Parliament were determined to go further. To that end, he sought a French alliance in the early 1660s, and in 1662 agreed to sell the port of Dunkirk in northern France, England's last remaining continental possession, to Louis XIV for approximately £375,000, a significant cash injection into the English treasury at the time. Despite Charles's efforts to court the French, when the Second Anglo-Dutch War broke out in 1665, principally between England and the Dutch Republic, France was forced to enter it in a nominal fashion owing to an existing alliance between the French and the Dutch agreed in 1662. But King Louis XIV tried to prevent the outbreak of the war and did little in practice to help the Dutch when it erupted. It came about owing to the English invasion of the Dutch colony of New Netherland in North America in 1664, a region corresponding to the modern-day states of New York, Pennsylvania, and New Jersey. In its initial stages, Charles's forces won the significant Battle of Lowestoft against a Dutch fleet in the English Channel in June 1665, but the difficulties England encountered in the shape of the plague outbreak and the Great Fire of London in 1665 and 1666 left it weakened, and the Dutch managed to destroy much of the British fleet at anchor at Chatham in Kent in June 1667, an event which forced Charles's government to negotiate the Treaty of Breda a few weeks later. Under its terms, the Dutch were theoretically the victors, as the treaty affirmed their dominance of certain elements of world trade, but the British did retain New Netherland and the town of New Amsterdam on Manhattan Island. both of which were renamed New York, after Charles's brother James, Duke of York. In the aftermath of the Second Anglo-Dutch War, Charles began more aggressively pursuing a French alliance. To that end, in 1670, he agreed the secret Treaty of Dover with King Louis XIV. Louis had already determined to try to conquer parts of the Dutch Republic himself, and agreed to pay Charles a large annual pension in advance of the war if Charles agreed to convert to Roman Catholicism at some later point and allied with him against the Dutch when the time came. Charles was happy to accept the agreement, but he knew that it would be unacceptable to his subjects, and the terms of it were kept secret. The Treaty of Dover was a precursor to the declaration of war on the Dutch by Britain and France in 1672. The Third Anglo-Dutch War, as it is termed, consequently overlapped with the Franco-Dutch War. Charles's government benefited greatly from the fact that the French launched a massive invasion of the Netherlands in the late spring of 1672 and virtually overran the entirety of the Dutch Republic, though they were unable to capitalize politically on this military victory, and the war dragged on between the French and the Dutch for another 6 years, following which France would only make minimal territorial gains. In 1672 and 1673, with the Dutch severely weakened, Charles might have expected to make considerable gains in the war, but he was hampered from doing so by the discovery in England of the terms of the secret Treaty of Dover. When these became known publicly, Charles came under immense political pressure, owing to the promise within it that he would convert to Catholicism. He tried to brush this aside, but the continuing alliance with France was deemed politically unacceptable by Parliament and the court. In this environment, he had no option but to make peace with the Dutch and renounce the French alliance in 1674, bringing the Third Anglo-Dutch War to an end. It was not a victory for Charles, but the Franco-Dutch War was just the first of a series of conflicts which the Dutch Republic became embroiled in during the second half of the 17th century, and as its fortunes declined, England was in a position to replace it as the preeminent mercantile power in Western Europe without winning an actual war against the Dutch. That England was in a position to eventually eclipse the Dutch as the major naval and trading power in Europe was perhaps due to the expansion of its colonial empire during Charles's reign. England's first major moves towards empire had been made in the late 16th and early 17th century with the plantations in Ireland, the establishment of the first colonies on the islands of Nevis and St. Kitts in the Caribbean, and at Virginia and New England in North America. But rapid advances were made under Charles II. His marriage to Catherine of Braganza brought England its first major territorial acquisition in India at Bombay, while Jamaica was settled after its conquest from Spain during the Cromwellian period. The focus of colonial growth, though, was in North America. The Second Anglo-Dutch War had ended with the transfer of New Netherland to England from the Dutch, which subsequently became New York. New colonies were established here as the reign progressed, notably Pennsylvania, which was granted as a private charter colony to the Quaker William Penn by Charles II, and who began establishing the city of Philadelphia there as a haven for European religious minorities in 1681. The New England colonies continued to grow, with a population of over 40,000 in Massachusetts alone by the end of Charles's reign, while in the South, the settlers in Virginia and North Carolina expanded into what is now South Carolina in the 1660s, with forays into what would become Georgia in the early 18th century, beginning tentatively in the years that followed. All of this was underlined by efforts by the Crown to increase government oversight of the American colonies after years of quasi-independent rule. While the colonies were flourishing towards the end of Charles's reign, England was increasingly beset with political turmoil, conspiracies, and crises. These began with the so-called Popish Plot of 1678. This was a highly peculiar and entirely fictitious plot which was engineered by two individuals with markedly opposed political and religious views: Titus Oates, a Catholic priest with ties to the Jesuits, and Israel Tongue, a radical evangelical Protestant who is believed to have been mentally unstable. What united them was their anti-monarchical stances and their general desire to create political instability. In the late summer of 1678, they, along with a number of co-conspirators, revealed details to the king of a supposed Catholic conspiracy to assassinate the king. Charles reacted with understandable concern, and in the weeks that followed, as investigations were launched and arrests made to identify the imaginary conspirators, anti-Catholic hysteria built across England. Eventually, concern over the Popish plot reached into Parliament, and trials of Catholic peers were even held. At its height, in the early winter of 1678, the Queen was even accused of high treason by some elements on account of her Catholic background. Overall, the imaginary conspiracy had the desired effect. It destabilized England's politics and created renewed religious tensions, even though there is no evidence to suggest that there ever was a genuine plot against Charles. Rather, the entire thing was invented by Oates and his accomplices. The Popish plot and the hysteria it created were bad in and of themselves, but what was worse was that they directly led to another crisis which impacted to an even greater extent on Charles. This concerned the issue of the succession. By the late 1670s, Queen Catherine had reached her 40th year, and it was clear that there would be no legitimate heir born of her and Charles's marriage. In this light, despite Charles's large brood of illegitimate children, a succession crisis was looming, one in which the crowns of England, Scotland, and Ireland would have to pass to another member of the royal family once Charles died. In certain circumstances, this might not have been a problem. Charles had a younger brother, who, as a son of King Charles I, was next in line to the throne and would succeed. Moreover, while James had been unusually unlucky as a father in that he had had 14 children through his marriages to Anne Hyde and Mary of Modena by the end of the 1670s, only 2 of whom had survived birth, infancy and childhood. The 2 who did survive, Mary and Anne, were healthy daughters who held out the promise of a secure succession after James's reign. The only problem was James was a confirmed Roman Catholic. The issue of James's religion became a major political issue in England in the wake of the Popish plot. Matters were compounded when James's private secretary, Edward Coleman, was named as a possible participant in the Popish plot. In the weeks that followed, a large section of MPs within the Cavalier Parliament began calling for James to be officially excluded from the succession on the grounds of his Roman Catholicism, with the succession instead to pass upon Charles's death to a confirmed Protestant, possibly James's daughter Mary, who in 1677 had married William of Orange, the stadtholder of Holland in the Dutch Republic. In response, Charles dissolved the Cavalier Parliament and assembled a new one, known as the Habeas Corpus Parliament. However, this proved even more hostile to the thought of James succeeding than the Cavalier Parliament, and attempted to introduce a bill designed to legally exclude James from the succession. The exclusion crisis was only brought to an end when Charles peremptorily dissolved the habeas corpus parliament after just a few weeks of its sitting. But while the crisis temporarily passed, antipathy to James becoming the first Catholic monarch of England in nearly a century and a half remained, and, as we will see, emerged again very quickly after James eventually succeeded. Incidentally, the exclusion crisis was a major episode in the development of a party system in England, with the Whigs emerging as a party who were opposed to James continuing as Charles's successor, while the Tories emerged as supporters of the Crown and James's right to succeed. The Tories are the forerunners of the modern British Conservative Party, the name being derived from a pejorative term for an Irish bandit which was applied by the Whigs to the supporters of the Crown to insinuate that they were no better than the Roman Catholic bandits who ranged around the Irish countryside, disturbing the country's political stability. While the Popish plot had ultimately been an invented conspiracy against Charles's life, a much more tangible and real plot against the king's life was uncovered in the early 1680s. This was engineered by a cohort of individuals who were opposed to Charles and the possibility of James's succession, led by Robert West, a member of the Middle Temple in London, the lawyer John Aloff, and Sir Thomas Armstrong, a member of Parliament. The goal was to have some conspirators hide in Rye House, a medieval manor which the king was known to stop at when returning to London from his country retreat at Newmarket, which was already established as a major horse racing venue in the 17th century. The Rye House Cabal, as they have become known, intended to assassinate the king and his brother James there on the 1st of April 1683, and then launch a number of uprisings around the country to seize control of the government. However, the Rye House plot was ultimately scuppered by the outbreak of a major fire at Newmarket on the 22nd of March, which burnt down half the town and led Charles to depart early for London. Details of the plot were also uncovered, and several of the main conspirators were arrested and executed. Ultimately, the Rye House plot met with no success, but it was all indicative of the continuing opposition to Charles and the possible succession of James, which characterized the last years of his reign. The succession issue was to become a major political concern sooner than anyone had expected. Charles was born in 1630 and was only entering his mid-50s in the mid-1680s. He seemed in relatively good health, and many expected him to live for several years to come. Consequently, when he suffered a seizure on the morning of the 2nd of February 1685 and died 4 days later on the 6th of February, many people suspected foul play. Perhaps the king had been poisoned, many speculated. One of Charles's doctors even supported the theory. However, modern medical assessments have noted that the autopsy of Charles, which was carried out by his physician, Sir Charles Scarborough, noted that the king's kidneys were in a poor state, and it is generally assumed that he died from uremia, which was exacerbated by the bloodletting which his physicians tried to treat him with after his initial fit. More controversial was that Charles had finally confirmed the suspicions of so many of his enemies over the years about his religion by converting to Roman Catholicism on his deathbed. This last-minute conversion may well explain why Charles's funeral, when it was held on the 14th of February at Westminster Abbey, was kept a low-key affair, while no major monument to him was erected, although the latter decision was possibly owing to a lack of space in the chapel, and a life-size wax effigy of Charles by the sculptor John Bushnell was placed there the following year. With Charles's death, despite his siring of many, many illegitimate children, the crown nevertheless passed to his brother James, Duke of York, as Charles did not have a legitimate heir. This was immediately problematic, as much of England's political community was still unwilling to accept James's Roman Catholicism. Moreover, as he became King James II, the new monarch indicated not only that he did not intend to change his religion, but also that he intended to favour Roman Catholics in England and Ireland, and would actively attempt to begin the reconversion of his realms to Catholicism. Furthermore, when he produced a male heir himself in 1688, his enemies became extremely concerned that a new Catholic line of kings was imminent. Thus, that year, a number of British lords and political figures who opposed James offered the thrones of England, Scotland, and Ireland to James's Protestant daughter Mary and her husband William of Orange, the Stadtholder of Holland in the Dutch Republic. When William landed in England with an army in November 1688, James's supporters abandoned him, and he fled the country in an event known as the Glorious Revolution. But it took years of civil war, primarily played out in Ireland, before Queen Mary II and King William III were secured in their position as monarchs. Following defeat to William at the Battle of the Boyne in Ireland in the summer of 1690, James fled to France, where he lived out the remainder of his life in exile. Consequently, within a few short years, Charles II's failure to adequately provide for a stable succession cast Britain briefly into a new civil war. Charles II was a peculiar monarch. On the one hand, he could be dismissed as a rather trivial king, one who was more interested in his mistresses, siring many illegitimate children, drinking, attending horse races and hunts, and visiting the Restoration theatres of London. But there is an inherent contradiction in the image of the merry monarch, for he was also the individual who managed to restore the monarchy after the tumultuous Civil War period and Commonwealth, bringing political stability to the three kingdoms and reconciling for a time the many different religious groupings and parties which had created the tensions of the 1640s and 1650s. He also oversaw the redevelopment of London in the wake of the Great Fire, fought the Dutch Republic in the Anglo-Dutch Wars to begin Britain's ascendancy as the pre-eminent mercantile and trading power in Europe, and also oversaw a significant expansion of England's burgeoning colonial empire. But the good times only lasted so long. By the mid-1670s, the hangovers were setting in, and Charles's weaknesses as a king were becoming apparent as he failed to address the re-emerging religious and political tensions across his realms. Admittedly, he was not aided in this by the fictitious popish plot, but his handling of the exclusion crisis suggested to the political nation that the king had developed the kind of antipathy towards Parliament which his father had displayed in the 1630s, and which led to the civil wars of the 1640s. And it was, ultimately, his failure to address the succession issue and the religious stance of his brother that would ensure a new civil war in Britain within just a few years of his passing. Thus, Charles's reign might be said to be one that started in success and ended in failure. What do you think of King Charles II? Was he a frivolous monarch who failed to guide the ship of state steadily and, in so doing, sowed the seeds of a new war during the reign of his brother? Or was he a shrewd king, insofar as he actually succeeded in stabilizing affairs in England after the turbulent period of the 1640s and 1650s? Please let us know in the comment section. And in the meantime, thank you very much for watching. The man known to history as King James II was born on the 14th of October 1633 at St. James's Palace in London. His father was Charles I, King of England, Scotland and Ireland since 1625. At the time of James's birth, his father was involved in a growing conflict with the political communities of his three realms as his rule became more autocratic and he increasingly refused to consult with Parliament in England about a wide range of matters. Much of this conflict concerned religious matters, and the desire of the Stuart monarchs to establish a more absolutist form of monarchy, such as was increasingly the norm on the continent in the 17th century. These forces would shape much of James's life over half a century later. James's mother was Queen Henrietta Maria, a sister of King Louis XIII of France. Henrietta was a somewhat controversial figure in England on account of her Roman Catholicism, a factor which ensured that James, his father, and his siblings would be constantly suspected of a form of crypto-Catholicism throughout the 17th century. James was not the firstborn child of his parents. Another boy, named Charles after his father, had been born in 1630 and was heir to the triple monarchy, while a daughter named Mary was born in 1631. Additionally, James, Charles and Mary had several other siblings born in the late 1620s and 1630s, but many of these died either in infancy or their earlier years, in line with the high levels of infant and child mortality which prevailed in early modern Europe. Like any royal child in early modern Europe, James was raised by a series of private tutors and governors and governesses of his own private household. A peculiar scenario to modern eyes, which ensured that many aspects of his infant and childhood years were not overseen by his mother and father, but by an extensive array of court figures. In James's case, much of his rearing was entrusted to William Seymour, Marquis of Hertford, a situation which persisted into the early 1640s. He was also granted numerous noble titles and honours from a young age. For instance, King Charles bestowed the title of Duke of York on his second eldest surviving son not long after he was born in 1633, though he would only be formally invested with it in 1644. This was an auspicious title, having once been granted to the line of one of the sons of King Edward III of England, whose descendants, the Yorkists, had gone on to significantly influence the course of English history in the 15th century. James was intimately associated with the title of Duke of York throughout most of his life, and, as we will see, it also impacted on the naming of one of the world's foremost cities. On top of this, James was made a member of the Order of the Knights of the Garter in 1642, the highest chivalric honour in England, and the Lord High Admiral in 1636. The latter position would become significant in later years, though obviously James did not exercise any substantive authority over the British Royal Navy after being appointed head of it at 3 years of age. These issues of his education and early years aside, James's early life was otherwise blighted by the declining political situation across his father's realms. Even when James was born, King Charles was already growing into a more and more disliked figure across England, Scotland and Ireland, in large part owing to his unwillingness to convene parliaments in any of these countries, through which the political communities there could express their grievances, and also owing to the perception of him as an autocratic and heavy-handed ruler, one who was especially reviled for his desire to impose a state-centred form of moderate Protestantism. It was his efforts to introduce such religious conservatism into England and Scotland in the late 1630s which first led to outright clashes between James's father and many of his subjects. This led to the Bishops' Wars in Scotland in the late 1630s and early 1640s, which in turn led to an increasing conflict between Charles and the English Parliament in 1641. To compound matters, a rebellion broke out amongst the Catholics of Ireland in the autumn of 1641. Within a year thereof, Charles would be at war with the parliamentarians in England, conflicts variously known as the English Civil Wars in England and the Wars of the Three Kingdoms when extended to Scotland and Ireland. These conflicts would last for years and shaped not only the reign of James's father, but also young James's life and that of his siblings. When the First English Civil War broke out in 1642, James and his older brother Charles became points of political conflict as their father sought to use the pair to display continuing signs of royal control over parts of the country. For instance, when their father abandoned London and left it under the control of Parliament, James and Charles were brought north to join their father at a series of cities and towns where he established his government. York was one such town, and as the titular Duke of York, much was made of bringing James along, even at less than 10 years old, to join his father there late in 1642. Other roles were equally ceremonial. James, for example, was sent as his father's representative to the governor of the town of Hull, Sir John Hotham, to inform him that Charles and the royalist supporters would soon be entering the port to dine there. This was an important moment in the growing conflict, as Hotham's refusal was one of the most striking episodes in the eventual outbreak of outright hostilities between king and parliament. Charles effectively declared war on the parliamentarians just a few days later. Thus, James found himself being sent to Oxford, a university town which became the royalist capital in the mid-1640s and where James would spend the next 2 years with his education being advanced under new tutors such as Brian Dupper, the former Bishop of Salisbury. It has been widely speculated, though, that James was not a talented scholar, his education having been immensely interrupted between 1640 and 1642 as the Civil Wars developed, and that he preferred hunting and other outdoor pursuits, although he did admittedly become a proficient musician and French speaker, the latter being a language which was already emerging as the lingua franca of European culture and court life. Developments with James over the next several years were peculiar in many respects. While his older brother Charles was eventually sent to the continent to join their mother, Queen Henrietta Maria, in exile in France, James and his other siblings remained in England and were viewed as less valuable targets for Parliament to acquire. But James would soon be pulled into the intrigue. By 1645, the English Parliament had made considerable gains against the Royalists and was in control of ever-growing sections of the country, while the First Civil War effectively came to an end in 1646 with Parliament's capture of Oxford. As this occurred, negotiations were entered into between King Charles and Parliament. Owing to these, James became a subject of political intrigue, with some of the parliamentarians speculating that if King Charles would not make concessions, and with his son Prince Charles in exile on the continent, there might be room to crown James as a puppet king in his father's place. Charles, alert to this eventuality, conspired to have his second eldest son removed from Britain, and in the spring of 1648 he was sent across the North Sea to The Hague in the Dutch Republic, where many of the royalists in exile had congregated. Some few months later, James, like the rest of the royalists and the royal family, would learn that King Charles had been placed on trial by the English Parliament and was subsequently executed in January 1649. Prince Charles, James's older brother, would now become the centre of royalist intrigue. But for James and the rest of his family, the next decade would be spent in constant exile in France and the Dutch Republic. In the early years of the Stuart family's exile, they primarily lived in France and near the French royal court in Paris. James's mother, after all, was a member of the French royal family, and this seemed a natural location for the Stuarts to set up their court in exile. It was here, in 1652, that James was involved in his first considerable piece of military activity during the Fronde, a series of revolts across the country against Crown rule. He was subsequently given a senior military title within the French army, though as matters proceeded over the next several years, both he and Charles ended up drifting closer towards the Spanish in their diplomatic alignments, a country with which France had been at war intermittently for decades. The Spanish controlled the Spanish Netherlands at the time, a region approximate to modern-day Belgium, Luxembourg, and parts of northeastern France, and it was to here that the Stuarts drifted in the second half of the 1650s, with James and his brother residing for a time at Bruges. Here, James prospered under Spanish patronage, and he was even offered a position as an admiral in the Spanish Navy, though he declined this in the hopes that a restoration of the Stuart monarchy back in England, Scotland, and Ireland might yet occur. James's exile would be resolved in a more successful manner than a second period of exile that would occur at the end of his life. In the earlier instance, the antipathy which many in England, Scotland, and Ireland had expressed in the 1630s and 1640s towards James's father, King Charles I, soon gave way to a sort of fond remembrance. While James, Charles, and the rest of their family were in exile on the continent in the 1650s, the English government had effectively evolved into a species of quasi-military dictatorship, one in which the former commanders of England's new model army, which had been established in the mid-1640s to defeat King Charles and the Royalists, were given positions of immense power. No individual was more powerful than Oliver Cromwell, who was eventually made Lord Protector of the English Commonwealth and was even offered the throne, though he rejected the offer. When he died in September 1658, though, England's experiment in republicanism began to decline precipitously. Many people were unhappy with the dour religious environment created by the Puritans, of whom Cromwell was a prominent figure, while the economic situation was not good, and Cromwell's son, Richard, proved unequal to succeeding him as Lord Protector. Hence, in 1659, negotiations were opened between several prominent English and Scottish lords and James's brother Charles, to have him return to England and for the monarchy to be restored. In this striking twist of events, Prince Charles quickly agreed to certain terms whereby he would not seek revenge against Parliament and would honour its liberties and rights in return for his accession as king. With this agreement in place, Charles and his entourage left the Dutch Republic in the spring of 1660 for England. Charles entered London on the 29th of May 1660, and the Restoration began as he was crowned as King Charles II of England, Scotland, and Ireland the following spring. The Restoration was quickly followed by James's first marriage. This was to Anne Hyde, a daughter of Edward Hyde, the first Earl of Clarendon, and King Charles II's chief minister for much of the 1660s. The Hydes had been stalwart supporters of the Stuarts throughout the 1640s and 1650s, but nevertheless, James's marriage to Anne in secret just a few months after the Restoration occurred, in September 1660, was controversial, as James had not sought the full approval of his brother. It was effectively a shotgun wedding, as Anne was heavily pregnant by the time the marriage was legally declared. It was also considered problematic, as it seemed to suggest that the Hydes were now obtaining too strong a position within the political sphere, as Anne's father became the most powerful minister of the day, and she was married to the king's brother. This was especially the case as Charles did not have a legitimate male heir, although he had many illegitimate children, and as such, should Charles die prematurely, James would succeed him, followed by any children produced through his marriage to Anne. The lives of these children, though, were all too fleeting. A boy named Charles after his uncle and grandfather was born in late October 1660, just 6 weeks after James and Anne married, but he died of smallpox just 6 months later. 7 further children followed, but of these, only 2 survived beyond childhood and infancy, the rest succumbing to infant mortality, the bubonic plague, and other illnesses. The 2 survivors were Mary, born in 1662, and Anne, born in 1665. Both of these women would live to rule as queens of England, Scotland, and Ireland one day. The Restoration era and court is typically identified as a place and time of immense sexual and moral liberty by comparison with what preceded it and the typical standards of the early modern era. This was typified in the character of James's brother, the king, who sired well over a dozen illegitimate children with numerous mistresses, and was a keen supporter of the theatre, drinking, and other pursuits of a pleasurable nature. Despite his ardent religious beliefs, James followed his brother's lead as a leading libertine of the Restoration period. He had numerous mistresses, amongst whom Anne Carnegie, Countess of Southesk, was prominent, as was Arabella Churchill, the sister of John Churchill, the future Duke of Marlborough. James's other major activity for much of the 1660s and 1670s was hunting, particularly fox hunting, and he maintained an extensive series of kennels for his hounds and stables for his horses to this end. It was, in short, something of a frivolous life during the Restoration era for the future king, yet in other ways he was more modest in his behaviour than his older brother. James, for instance, was known for being opposed in general to gambling, and to rarely drinking to excess, unlike Charles. Much of James's activities in the 1660s on an official level concerned his role as Lord High Admiral of England and the titular head of the Royal Navy during a period when Britain's empire was beginning to expand in a significant way. These roles ensured that when England or Britain went to war, James was responsible for overseeing naval affairs, while he also carried the titles of Lord Warden of the Cinque Ports, 5 historically important ports along the southern coast of England in the English Channel, as well as Governor of Portsmouth, making James a significant figure as well when it came to maritime trade in the English Channel and a wide range of other matters. Though he had held these offices as far back as his father's reign, it was only in the 1660s that he began to exercise them in a meaningful fashion. Much of this focused on England's major war with the Dutch Republic during the mid-1660s, the Second Anglo-Dutch War. This was fought at a time when England and the Dutch were major rivals for dominance of huge amounts of European and Atlantic trade. As head of the Royal Navy, James was responsible for managing many of the naval clashes, though he earned criticism for the Dutch raid on the Medway when English ships were attacked at anchor in southern England. Thereafter, he initiated a program of reforms to build a series of fortifications along the coast of southern England to prevent against such further attacks. The Second Anglo-Dutch War ended in something of a stalemate, which could even be considered a Dutch victory. But in one important area, the English came out on top. In the first half of the 17th century, various European states had begun colonizing various parts of the North American seaboard. The French, for instance, were entrenched into the Quebec region by the 1610s, while England had settled its first colonies at Virginia and New England between 1607 and 1620. The Dutch were also involved, founding a successful trading and fur-trapping colony along the shores of the River Hudson, notably at the southern point of the island of Manhattan, a settlement which they called New Amsterdam, the capital of New Holland. This was a prosperous Dutch town hemmed in on the north by a wall which runs along the modern-day Wall Street and from which the latter business promenade takes its name. However, as successful as the Dutch colony was, they could not stop the English from taking over New Amsterdam and New Holland during the Second Anglo-Dutch War. The Dutch relinquished it permanently to the English in the aftermath of the war. James had been granted proprietorial ownership of the region between the Delaware and Connecticut rivers by his brother in 1664, and so he now became the overseer of the former Dutch possessions. It was in this capacity that New Amsterdam and New Holland were renamed New York after James and his title as Duke of York within the English peerage. James had a legacy over North America's colonization in other less salubrious ways. In the early 1670s, the Royal Africa Company, which had a crown charter to trade with Western Africa and also engage in the increasingly profitable and widespread slave trade, received a new charter from King Charles II. James became the new governor of the company, meaning that when its board members met in London to discuss this early modern corporation's business affairs, they reported to the king's brother, and he was in effect the CEO of the Royal Africa Company. Such was the centrality of his position to the growing English transatlantic slave trade that when slaves were purchased in Western Africa for transport across the Atlantic to the English sugar colonies in the Caribbean, or the cotton and tobacco colonies in Virginia and the Carolinas, they were typically branded with the letters D.Y. for the Duke of York. This was a significant period in the English involvement in the slave trade, as the numbers being trafficked across the Atlantic increased, and the slave laws in places like Virginia and North Carolina became much more oppressive. Previously, slaves had some minimal rights when they arrived in America, but these started to be reduced in the second half of the 17th century. James, as head of the Royal Africa Company, was deeply implicated in this activity. As deplorable as James's role in the activities of the Royal Africa Company might be, there are some rehabilitating aspects to his personality and life during this period. A good example was his role in the emergency created by the Great Fire of London. The fire began on the night of the 2nd of September 1666 in a baker's shop on Pudding Lane in the city. London had been through a very difficult time in the preceding years, most notably owing to the last major outbreak of the bubonic plague across England in 1665, a pandemic which hit London hardest, killing tens of thousands of people there. As a result, the fire broke out when the city was vulnerable. Heavy winds and inaction on the part of the city mayor, Sir Thomas Bloodworth, led to it spreading quickly, and by the 3rd of September, large parts of the city were engulfed in flames. In the hours and days that followed, the king and his brother played significant personal roles in fighting the fire. The pair surveyed the scene from a barge in the middle of the River Thames on the 3rd and ordered the destruction of 300 homes to create a firebreak to try to prevent its further spread. Thereafter, Charles placed James directly in charge of the firefighting efforts. In the hours and days that followed, Londoners saw James in many locations, often overseeing the setting up of pumps and trains of water buckets to try to temper the fire's spread. Although early modern firefighting methods could not prevent it from bringing down much of the old city, St. Paul's Cathedral included, this was owing mainly to the wind and the lack of rain, whereas James's active role in matters did much to endear him to Londoners for years to come. Something which would not endear James to his future subjects was his decision around 1668 or 1669, the exact date is unclear, to convert to Roman Catholicism. His religious views had always been ambiguous. Although raised within the Church of England, his Anglicanism was always tempered by the Roman Catholicism of his mother and his exposure to Catholic influences while spending much of his formative years in his late teens in France and the Catholic Spanish Netherlands. To compound matters, his first wife, Anne Hyde, was also drawn towards Catholicism, resulting in the Duke of York's conversion in the late 1660s. He did not immediately make this known publicly, as much of his father's woes in the late 1630s and 1640s had been owing to suspicion that Charles I was a crypto-Catholic, and any public conversion by a member of the royal family would have been a matter of severe public discord. However, eventually, in the mid-1670s, he would have to make his religious affiliation known more publicly, notably in 1673, when James refused to take the oath of supremacy, an anti-Catholic oath designed to swear one's allegiance to the Protestant Church of England, according to the tenets of the recently introduced Test Act. As we will see, this growing public awareness of his Roman Catholicism led to increasing problems for James in the years that followed. James's decision to convert to Roman Catholicism and to let his religious stance be publicly known some years later must be viewed in the context of the history of early modern England, the period roughly from 1500 to 1800. This was a time when religion was still almost inseparable from politics and caused great tensions across countries like England, a fact which had been made all too clear during James's father's reign in the 1630s and 1640s. Like all of Western Europe, England had been a Roman Catholic country until the early 16th century. But King Henry VIII had severed the English connection to Rome and begun the process whereby Protestantism was adopted as the state religion back in the 1530s. It took decades for the majority Roman Catholic population of the country to convert in large numbers to the new faith. But by the mid-17th century, as James grew up, Protestantism was the majority religion. As it became dominant, a severe antipathy developed towards Roman Catholics, or Papists, as they were pejoratively termed for their adherence to the papacy, with the Pope represented as the Antichrist in Protestant pamphlets of the time. Accordingly, James's decision to convert to Catholicism cast him in the position of a religious outcast of sorts, one who was perceived as a threat by the nobility, gentry, and political classes. Consequently, in converting, James was setting himself up for clashes with the English Parliament. This was all compounded by James's marital life and that of his brother. James's first wife, Anne Hyde, died in 1671, most likely from breast cancer that developed in the late 1660s, in addition to complications from a string of difficult pregnancies. When she died, it was soon revealed that she had received Catholic rites on her deathbed. Then, within just 2 years, James was preparing to marry Mary of Modena, a scion of a North Italian prominent aristocratic line of noted Roman Catholics. Accordingly, There could be little denying James's penchant for Roman Catholicism by the mid-1670s, even though his public conversion did not occur for some time. To compound the increasing rumours that James had secretly converted, there was also a growing awareness by the 1670s that Charles's marriage to Queen Catherine of Braganza was not going to result in legitimate children. Thus, while Charles had many illegitimate children sired through his relationships with over half a dozen mistresses, none could succeed him, and there was a growing likelihood that James would, one day, become King of England, Ireland, and Scotland if his brother did not produce a legitimate heir. These matters became even more problematic in the 1670s, owing to a number of different political controversies. One of these was the Treaty of Dover, which Charles negotiated in secret with King Louis XIV of France in 1670, and through which he agreed to convert to Roman Catholicism at some future date in return for a large annual pension from the French monarch. Although he never did convert in this way to assuage the French king, the treaty became highly controversial when details of it were revealed some years later. Then, to compound matters, in the late 1670s, a number of conspirators, led by an English priest named Titus Oates, invented an alleged conspiracy whereby a coterie of Roman Catholics had allegedly plotted to kill King Charles II. Although the details are now widely believed to have been entirely fictitious, this did not stop hysteria gripping Parliament and the wider nation in the months that followed. The Popish plot, as it became known, saw concerns about James's religion and his possible succession to the throne one day reach crisis point. All of this culminated in one of the most trying events of James's entire life, the Exclusion Crisis. Already in 1677, there had been growing calls for a change in the order of succession should Charles die without a legitimate heir. Much of this focused on the marriage that year of James's oldest daughter Mary to the stadholder of Holland, William of Orange. As the House of Orange were stalwart Protestants, there was a growing belief amongst some ardent English and Scottish Protestants that in order to ensure a Protestant succession, James should be excluded and the crowns should pass to William and Mary or any Protestant children of theirs whenever Charles died. The idea gained traction as the Popish plot developed, and by 1679, James was facing a bill in Parliament which sought to exclude him from the succession on the grounds of his Roman Catholicism. The exclusion crisis would become one of the most significant episodes in his own life and the political life of England in the second half of the 17th century. The exclusion crisis peaked in 1679 as Parliament sought to exclude the Duke of York from the succession. This led to a wide range of political manoeuvres. For instance, Charles dissolved one parliament and convened another in the hopes that this would produce a more biddable membership which would vote in favour of his brother. There were also emerging political parties, the Whigs and the Tories, the latter being the early modern forerunner of the British Conservative Party today, termed the Tories in a pejorative manner to refer to them as Irish bandits and thus Roman Catholics for supporting James's claims to the throne in opposition to the Whigs. As vitriolic and combative as the negotiations became, though, eventually James emerged victorious as those who opposed his position and the line of succession were ultimately defeated by those who believed that the line of succession should be preserved, whatever the ostensible religious persuasion of the incumbent. Thus, by 1680, it was relatively clear that James would succeed his brother as king one day, if he outlived him. In the aftermath of the exclusion crisis, although James had avoided being renounced as his brother's heir, James effectively ended up in a form of semi-exile. Charles had taken the view that it would be best for his brother to avoid a public role in English affairs, and so, once the furore in Parliament ended, James headed for the continent, spending some months in the Low Countries, renewing some of his relationships from back in the 1650s. He also enjoyed the entirely tolerant environment for a Roman Catholic in Brussels, where he spent much of this period. Yet, it was short-lived. In 1680, he accepted an offer made by Charles for him to become the Lord High Commissioner of Scotland, a role which had been created back in the reign of James's grandfather, James I, in the early 17th century, after the thrones of England and Scotland were united. The High Commissioner was the most senior Crown representative in Scotland, less powerful than the viceroys who ruled Ireland in the monarch's name, but still significant figures. He took up the position at Holyrood Palace in 1680 and would live in Scotland for much of the following years, overseeing the religious and political nuances of Scotland in a manner which would build alliances for James within his ancestral homeland, despite the fact that his religion was even more out of place in Scotland than it was in England. 1683 saw James having to head southwards once again. His brother's reign became problematic during this period, a result of a new conspiracy which had been uncovered to assassinate Charles that year, known as the Rye House Plot. With this, and with the impossibility now that he would ever produce a legitimate male heir, Charles began preparing for the eventuality of his death at some stage and James's succession. Yet he surely would not have expected that it would come so soon. Charles died on the 6th of February 1685 from what is now deemed to have been apoplexy or the decline of internal organs, but which at the time was widely suspected of having been the result of foul play, a not unreasonable assumption given that Charles was only in his mid-50s and his decline and death had been rapid. James was in place to succeed his brother, and despite the incessant opposition to the thought of him becoming king one day from within Parliament, there was a generally positive mood throughout England to the succession of the new king when it occurred that spring. All seemed like it might go well when he and Mary were crowned at Westminster Abbey on the 23rd of April, but things would begin to decline all too rapidly thereafter. The first difficulties which James had to confront involved a series of rebellions against his rule. One of these was led by the new king's nephew, one of Charles's illegitimate children, James Scott, 1st Duke of Monmouth. This was initiated in southern England by Scott within weeks of James's accession, as Charles's illegitimate child sought to claim a position of authority in England by capitalizing on the perceived unpopularity of the new monarch and his religion. The Monmouth Rebellion has the distinction of having resulted in the last major pitched battle between two armies on English soil when the opposing forces met at the Battle of Sedge Moor on the 6th of July 1685. It was a triumph for the Crown, and Monmouth was subsequently captured in Hampshire 2 days later and executed a week later on charges of treason. By that time, the Crown had also put down a second revolt, this led by Archibald Campbell, 9th Earl of Argyll, in Scotland. Argyll had coordinated with Monmouth in the hope that by launching dual rebellions in England and Scotland, they would be able to split James's resources and attentions. But Argyll's efforts ultimately proved quite futile, and after raising the flag in Scotland, his cause engendered little support amongst a populace who had favoured James after his time as High Commissioner there in the early 1680s. Campbell was apprehended and executed on the 30th of June 1685 seemingly bringing to an end this early opposition to James's rule. But more opposition would soon follow. The later opposition to James emerged almost entirely owing to the policies which he pursued as king from 1685 onwards. It was not simply the case that James was a Roman Catholic. Had he been so and left the religious landscape of his kingdoms undisturbed, he may have been able to successfully rule as King of England, Scotland, and Ireland. But James was determined that he would impose his religion on his realms and seek to promote fellow Catholics over Protestants, Puritans, and Presbyterians, the latter being the religious groups which had come to dominate much of England and Scotland by the late 17th century. The most glaring indication of this came in his desire to reduce, or entirely dispense, with the so-called penal laws, a series of different legislations which existed in England, Scotland, and Ireland, designed to prevent Roman Catholics and people of other prejudicial religious backgrounds from acquiring state offices. Some of these were minor bits of legislation, but others included a block of individuals becoming judges in countries like England and Ireland unless they swore the oath of supremacy, which acknowledged the king as the head of the churches of England and Ireland or the Scottish Kirk over the Pope in Rome. This effectively prohibited large numbers of Catholics from attaining high political, judicial, or administrative offices unless they refuted their religious beliefs. In moving to reduce these laws, James was effectively saying that he was going to overhaul the religious landscape of his dominions and place Catholics back in significant positions of authority, a development which the English and Scottish political communities had waged war on his father for during the late 1630s and 1640s, eventually killing James's father over their staunch religious views. In bringing these matters back to the forefront of the political landscape, James was playing with fire. And it was not just matters of religion. His religious views also leaked over into matters of patronage and policy in other areas. A good example of this was provided in Ireland, where James showed sympathy to the majority Irish and Roman Catholic population. These people, who constituted upwards of 80% of the population of Ireland, had been profoundly disenfranchised in the course of the late 16th and 17th centuries, with millions of acres of land taken from them and given to English and Scottish Protestant settlers. In promoting members of the residual Irish Roman Catholic community, such as Richard Talbot, Earl of Tyrconnell, to positions of considerable authority in Ireland during the first years of his reign, James was effectively indicating that he would be willing to overhaul the land settlement in Ireland for religious and denominational reasons. Closer to home in England, he also allowed a papal nuncio, appointed by the Pope, to take up residence in England for the first time in over a century and a half since King Henry VIII's split with Rome. All of this, combined with the excessive favour he displayed towards some Catholic peers and his wider family and in-laws, amounted to growing tensions between king and country within just a year or two of James's accession. It was clear that a conflict was brewing, but it would come from an unlikely source involving James's very own daughter. What followed this period of growing disaffection with James's rule and his penchant for favouring Roman Catholicism is typically referred to as the Glorious Revolution in English political history, a name that is indicative of the Protestant and nationalist historiography of England for much of the 18th and 19th centuries, when James's reign was first being written about. Catholics across his dominions would conversely have viewed it as an unlawful coup and deposition of a rightful king, and one which served to further disenfranchise their religious community at a time when Europe was otherwise stepping back from the religious zealotry of the 16th and 17th centuries. It all began when, in the summer of 1688, A son resulting from James's second marriage, named James Francis Edward, was born. This created a tense environment for many English and Scottish Protestants, a large section of which had accepted James's accession as king on the grounds that he was a ruler without a legitimate male heir and already in his mid-50s. Consequently, it had been hoped that James would die soon and that he would then be succeeded by his daughter Mary, an untarnished Protestant who was married to one of the preeminent Protestant figures from across Europe, the Stadtholder of Holland, William Orange, scion of a family which had led the Dutch estates in revolt against Spanish Catholic oppression of their country all the way back in the 1560s. The prospect that Mary and William might one day rule England, Scotland and Ireland as Protestant monarchs had assuaged many who viewed James's religious beliefs and stances askew in 1685, 1686 and 1687, but with the birth of James's son in 1688, they now began to consider other ways of ending the Catholic monarchical line that they saw developing. The Glorious Revolution was led by a number of prominent English and Scottish lords, such as Henry Sidney, 1st Earl of Romney, and Edward Russell, 1st Earl of Orford. Russell acted as an envoy to present an invitation to William, a letter drafted by himself, Romney, and 5 other British lords to William of Orange in the summer of 1688. In it, they presented a clear set of ideas around how William and the wider Dutch Republic, with several Protestant allies from across Europe, could intervene in Britain to depose James and claim his throne through his marriage to Mary Stuart. They assured him that if he elected to intervene in British affairs in this manner, there was ample support for the deposition of James. William duly responded in the positive, being anxious to prevent James allying with King Louis XIV of France in the latter monarch's proposed invasion of the Dutch Republic, a combination of France and Britain presenting a grave threat to Dutch trade and territorial integrity. Thus, on the 5th of November 1688, William of Orange landed with an army of some 20,000 men in Devonshire in the English West Country. He then began marching on London, gathering supporters as he went. Conversely, it soon became apparent to James that he had very few supporters to bolster his cause, and as the Dutch advanced on the English capital, he and his family prepared to flee the country. They did so, departing for France on the 23rd of December 1688. In the late spring and early summer of 1689, William and Mary were duly confirmed as dual monarchs of England, Scotland and Ireland, completing the Glorious Revolution. However, while the coup had been successful, James was determined to fight back and reclaim his thrones. The conflict which ensued from 1688 to 1697 is known by different names in different parts of Europe. For instance, in some circles, it is known as the War of the League of Augsburg, a name given to it owing to the fact that France faced a coalition known by that name, a league which included Britain, the Dutch Republic, Spain and Savoy. Owing to its duration, it is also known as the 9 Years' War. However, this was a wider conflict between France and its enemies across Europe as King Louis XIV of France sought to expand aggressively into the Low Countries and the Franco-German border. Within it, James and his efforts to reclaim his thrones were just a marginal conflict, albeit one which played a significant part in the war in its first years. Most of this would occur in Ireland, where James had significant support amongst the predominantly Roman Catholic population and where large parts of the country declared in his favour in opposition to William and Mary in the course of 1689. The main part of the war to restore James and depose William would play out here between 1689 and 1691. This is known in the particular Irish context as the Williamite War, to distinguish it from the wider War of the League of Augsburg. The Williamite War began in Ireland in the spring of 1689 as numerous prominent Irish lords and political figures declared support for the now exiled James and their opposition to the crowning of William and Mary. Foremost amongst these was Richard Talbot, 1st Earl of Tyrconnell, who, even before James arrived in Ireland with a French army to mount a challenge to William, had already begun to take over the government in Dublin, convening an Irish parliament which quickly set about establishing Roman Catholicism as the state religion and completely overturning the land settlements which had been orchestrated over the previous century. Yet not all of the country was in Catholic hands. Large pockets of the island resisted the Irish Catholics and the Franco-British force under James when he did arrive in the late spring of 1689, notably in the north of Ireland in the province of Ulster, which had been extensively settled by Scottish Protestants during the 17th century. It was here that the Protestants and Williamites won their first major victory when they successfully defended the town of Derry against a lengthy siege in the course of 1689. It was in this context that William's forces began arriving to the northeast coast from late 1689 onwards in preparation for a march south towards Dublin and a clash between the supporters of James and William. The Williamite War in Ireland is also somewhat colloquially known as the War of the Two Kings. This is owing to the somewhat unusual situation of two rival claimants to the throne fighting here in the course of 1690 in person. The campaign was virtually decided in one engagement. This was the Battle of the Boyne in Meath to the north of Dublin city. Here, William and his primary commander, Frederick Schomberg, led a Dutch and British army of approximately 35,000 men against James's Irish and French forces. The latter, at about 25,000 men, were significantly outnumbered, and the Dutch soldiers under William were seasoned veterans of several wars against the French in the 1670s and 1680s. In the end, the Battle of the Boyne, which occurred on either the 1st or the 11th of June 1690, depending on whether one employs the Gregorian or Julian calendar, was a victory for William, as James largely panicked at the first signs of defeat and headed south towards Dublin. Thereafter, he quickly prepared to depart from Ireland for France yet again. William did something similar, heading back to England to oversee the wider war against France. However, Schomberg was left in charge of the army in Ireland, and the Williamite War continued for another year and a half before James's French and Irish allies were defeated at the battles of Aughrim and the siege of Limerick. With this, the most active period of James's efforts to reclaim his thrones came to an end. From 1691, William and Mary were effectively secure in their hold over England, Scotland, and Ireland. After his flight from Ireland and the eventual end of the Williamite War, James settled in France. There he, his wife, and his son, and ostensible heir, were afforded considerable hospitality by King Louis XIV, who refurbished the palatial chateau of Saint-Germain-en-Laye for the Stuart court in exile. Here, James would preside over a court in opposition to his daughter and son-in-law over the next decade, financially supported by his French host and maintaining many of the trappings of kingship despite the fact that he clearly had lost his thrones. For instance, James maintained a wide range of poets, artists, and musicians, much as any monarch would. He was also able to worship freely for the first time, without worrying that his court's Roman Catholic nature would create political difficulties. Here, the former king became broadly content with his situation, only displaying occasional desires to try to re-establish control over his thrones. This was especially the case from 1697 onwards, as France established peace terms with England through the Peace of Ryswick. Thereafter, James became something of a recluse, according to many contemporary accounts, often venturing from Saint-Germain only to hunt or for formal court occasions at Versailles. James became increasingly religious in his later years, viewing his decline and fall as a species of punishment for his past sins. For instance, in 1696, shortly before the end of the war between France and England, James composed a religious treatise in which he thanked God for having stripped him of his thrones as a means of alerting him to his sins and his overt pride. In a fatalistic tone, he proclaimed that, quote, Providence had marked out no other way for his salvation except suffering. This growing zealous religious outlook was mirrored in some advice which he composed to his son in his later years, urging him to remain steadfast in his Roman Catholicism. There were occasional breaks from this perspective, notably in 1696, when James briefly considered that his chances of rejuvenating his cause had increased upon reports of the growing unpopularity of William in England, yet these were dashed in the weeks that followed as the war wound down. His position was not helped by the presence of two factions at his court in exile, one of which viewed the only plausible means of James reacquiring his thrones to be his public conversion to Protestantism, while others were adamant that in time James would be restored regardless of his religious stance. Perhaps one of the most peculiar elements of James's years in exile involves an offer to him in 1696 of the throne of Poland. The Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth was one of the great states of Eastern Europe in the early modern period, extending beyond the borders of modern-day Poland to include regions like Lithuania, much of western Ukraine, and parts of Belorussia. Under its ruler, King John Sobieski, who had ruled Poland-Lithuania since 1674, the country had played a major role in European history, with Sobieski relieving the Ottoman Turkish siege of Vienna, the capital of Habsburg Austria, in 1683. Sobieski died in the summer of 1696 without a clear line of succession. Given the intermarried circumstances of Europe's royal houses, there were numerous candidates to succeed. One was James, who was proposed as the new ruler of the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth by Louis XIV of France. However, James decided to turn the offer down, fearing that his acceptance of the throne in Eastern Europe would negatively impact on the possibility of his restoration as King of England, Scotland, and Ireland. In retrospect, this seems like a poor decision. Had James accepted the Polish throne, he and his family would have been able to establish their rule in Warsaw and Krakow, whereas by remaining in France, he ensured that his cause withered and died. James's last years were spent in a kind of quiet retirement. As part of the Treaty of Ryswick in 1697, James's host in France, King Louis XIV, had effectively acknowledged William III as the King of England, Scotland, and Ireland. Consequently, there was no real purpose to James's last years in France and no major hope that he would be restored at this point. James's health was also deteriorating as he progressed into his 60s. He became frailer from 1695 onwards after a bout of major illness, and many who met with him in Paris in the late 1690s described a thin and unhealthy man. By 1700 and 1701, this had given way to regular bouts of fainting. Eventually, one of these would prove fatal. After an episode during which he lost consciousness on the 22nd of August 1701, he never fully recovered. He was visited in the 2 weeks that followed by King Louis XIV and many other prominent figures who had accompanied him into exile on the continent before James passed away on the 5th of September 1701, though this could also be calculated as having occurred on the 16th of September, as Britain and France employed 2 different calendar systems at the time. In a not entirely unusual scenario for the 18th century, his body was dissected and various parts of it were interred in different locations. For instance, his brain was sent to the Scots College in Paris, while his heart was dispatched to a French nunnery. His body itself, though, was laid to rest at the Benedictine church at Faubourg Saint-Jacques. It was widely hoped by many that his remains would be reinterred in later years at Westminster Abbey in England alongside so many of his predecessors as kings and queens of England, but this would not be achieved. James's body instead being dug up and displayed at the time of the French Revolution 90 years later, and his corpse desecrated owing to his associations with the French monarchy. James's death did not bring about the end of efforts to restore his line to the thrones of England, Scotland and Ireland. His cause was continued by his son and grandson well into the 18th century, a movement which is known as Jacobitism, after the Latin word for James, Jacobus. Pressure was maintained by James's son and political heir, James Francis Edward Stuart, who, like his father, was a Roman Catholic throughout the 1700s and early 1710s. This garnered little new support once James II's other daughter, Anne, succeeded William III as Queen of England, Scotland and Ireland in 1702. But when she died in 1714 without an heir, bringing the line of Protestant Stuarts to an end, the succession passed to a new royal line, a German family known as the House of Hanover, who were descended on one side from James II's grandfather, King James I, who had ruled Britain and Ireland between 1603 and 1625. Thus, in 1714, the Hanoverian succession occurred, and a German became King of England, Ireland and Scotland as King George I. This was unacceptable to many in England and Scotland, and in 1715 James Francis landed in Scotland to lead a rebellion which garnered considerable support there. This rebellion, though, proved short-lived, and James Francis returned to the continent, dying in Rome in 1766. He lived long enough to see his own son, Charles Edward Stuart, known to posterity as Bonnie Prince Charlie, lead a French-backed rebellion in 1745 when he, too, landed in Scotland and was backed by many Jacobite supporters. Charlie met with much greater success than his father had in 1715, winning numerous battles in Scotland, but ultimately his efforts to wrest control of Scotland from the Hanoverians were defeated in the spring of 1746. Charlie fled to the continent, and the Jacobite cause gradually died out in the course of the second half of the 18th century. King James II was one of England's shortest reigning monarchs. Since 1500, for instance, only one king or queen has ruled for less time than James, Edward VIII, who abdicated late in 1936 after less than a year on the throne due to his intentions to marry an American multiple divorcee becoming too problematic. To modern eyes, the reasons for James's overthrow can seem surprising. It was brought about almost entirely by the fact that he was a Roman Catholic, and even before his accession in 1685, the English Parliament had attempted to exclude him from the succession owing to his religious views. However, the 17th century was a very different time and place, one in which the religion of a monarch was a matter of major political consequence. In publicly affirming his Catholicism, and then in taking active measures within months of ascending to the throne to promote Catholics across England, Scotland and Ireland and favour the minority religion, James was effectively declaring war on his own aristocracy and Parliament. In retrospect, it seems almost inevitable that his actions would produce the response that they did, and it was for this reason that James II lost his thrones after just a few short years. He was an imprudent, heavy-handed man, almost totally lacking in political tact. It was for this reason that he lost his thrones and died in exile, a deposed and spurned king. What do you think of King James II? Was he unfairly removed from power? Or was his decision to favour Roman Catholicism in a country which was predominantly Protestant by the late 17th century a fatal error? Please let us know in the comment section. And in the meantime, thank you very much for watching.